as a player is very smart. He's good at high ground. He wins a lot of games.
I think he's one of the best players.
My name is Alexa Kwizi Cvetkovic. I'm from Serbia and play Fortnite. My dad used to play like a lot of video games, so I used to sit behind him and watch him and just like, I've always dreamt of competing in video games. Initially when Fortnite came out, in the gaming cafe I was playing at, everyone was playing Fortnite, so I decided one day to just play. And then literally off the start, like I was just better than everyone in the gaming cafe. In the early days, I used to just like play double pump and just clean the whole lobby. I literally played scrims and customs. That's what like improved me the most. I can predict what's gonna happen when I do a rotate or something. I can see ahead in time basically. I figured out every single scenario that could happen and I just focus on that.
I mean, these guys ran town week after week. It doesn't look like anyone's slowing them down.
The proudest I've been ever of myself was in the very first duo FNCS. It was my first grand finals and I managed to get second as like the biggest underdog ever. I think I was recognized before that, but I definitely think like after that it was like I got known as the high ground player, like that everyone is scared of, and yeah, I think it did kickstart like a lot of my stuff. My entire focus right now is on that championship, so I definitely want to redeem myself for Invitational.
What is this? What is this? Queasy, Dino are trying to take it by force! Straight to the wall! Shot's gonna be fired!
I don't regret anything. Because we did that, I feel like no one ever talks about the second place team, but I think this is the first time where people actually mention the second place team as well. If it comes down to the same scenario, I think we'll like repeat that 10 out of 10 times. 100% it was the best play. There is 100% pressure. We wanted to get it this season. Right now, everything changed. Zones have changed. The meta has changed. I think everything's going to be different. The spot we're landing right now is being one of the best spots. If we're uncontested, I think we'll 100% qualify in Major 2, if not win it. Like every FNCS, I think Major 2 is definitely another chance to prove that I'm one of the best. Major 2 is mine, and we're coming for that title.
What a start to the EU Grand Finals. With several teams showing up for the battle of the Global Championship spots, everything is still up for grabs. However, one team in particular laid a distance in terms of the FNCS Major 2 title. 4 out of 6 possible victory royales is what Queasy and Veno claimed on day 1. An astonishing performance which put them more than 100 points ahead of second place. After yesterday's great performance, they're on track to crown themselves champions and secure their spot in Copenhagen for the Global Championship later this year. However, a team that's not giving up is Cami and Seti. The hunger for success is big for these guys, as the Major 1 Grand Finals wasn't their best. Now, they're back in shape and will try to climb the ranks today to challenge for that first place spot. A team that might be surprising to some, yet super well performing, is Blacksher and Mixon. This Polish duo proved that they can play with the big teams in the top of the leaderboard and also want a piece of the cake. Can they keep up their grand performance from yesterday? There's no time to waste as we have ourselves the last 6 games of the EU Grand Finals tonight. Global Championship spots, part of the prize pool, Axe of Champions, and the FNCS Grand Finals of Major 2 is on the line here. Brace for chaos as we head into day 2. This is the EU FNCS Grand Finals.
Four victory royales, 27 eliminations, and that was just day number 1. Queasy and Veno have the power, they have the attributes in their locker to go all the way on to the Axe of Champions. But do the Fortnite gods have a different story in mind? Well, this story is about to conclude right now. Welcome in to FNCS EU Major 2 Grand Finals. It's day 2. My name is Adam Savage. Wonderful being your host here for this. It's going to be great. 6 games down, 6 more to go. Who will qualify for Global Championships? To break it all down for us, we have here on Fortnite's Mount Olympus, should I say, we have our omnipotent analysts. It's Taco and Miniminer! Yes! Wait a second here, Taco. Where's Mini? Where is he?
Wait a second.
Sorry.
I'm right here. I'm here.
I couldn't see him.
Oh,
I couldn't see. This is
I thought you forgot to walk out for a second. I was like, man, it might have been a
Funny.
ghost.
Yeah, very funny.
guys,
Yeah, the outfit, I get it.
Welcome in. This is day 2 of Grand Finals. It's happening right here. 6 games left to go, Taco, and day 1 was so great, but day 2 is going to be amazing.
Yeah, just knowing that we have 5 teams that will be solidified for that global championships because, yeah, there's a prize pool attached, but all of these players would love an opportunity to participate at the end of year globals.
Queasy Veno, first place. Realistically, they should be able to hold on to it today, but it is that storyline as well of that top 5 making their way into the global championships. Everyone's got a part to play today, and everyone's got a different storyline.
Well, I guess as well, players had a chance last night to talk over strats, VOD review and things as well. Coming into day 2, I guess it feels fresh-eyed, bushy-tailed and such as well.
Well, you would think so, but at the same time, I think that there are so many players here that exhibit such experience, and I think the priority when it comes to VOD reviewing is also remember to just play your game that's comfortable.
I mean, everyone else is VOD reviewing too, so it's not just one team that's doing it, everyone else is doing it too, so they're all kind of counteracting each other's strategies. Day 2 always delivers.
Yeah. Well, let's catch you guys up as well yesterday on what exactly happened in the standings. This is how things currently look on our leaderboard, and as mentioned, Queasy and Veno, I mean, my oh my, 442 points, 28 eliminations, actually 330 place points. This team seems unstoppable right now.
I have never seen such a dominant performance on the EU region. We've seen it on maybe some of the other regions. OCE, it happened in day 1 yesterday, where I think the team got 3 victory royales. But EU, the top region, some of the highest skilled players in the world, Queasy and Veno, they're just a step above everyone else.
Watching the results of Queasy and Veno from day 1 of Grands just took me back to that week 2 finals interview that we actually had with the duo. And Veno, that statement that he made, it doesn't matter who our coach is helping, it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing, we are just better. We are just the best. And day 1, kind of alluding to that.
It absolutely did. I think we saw at the end there as well with the way they kind of just, the synergy together was just, it was flawless. Let's take another look at another team, actually. Seti and Cami, we know them so well. Second place right now. We've got 2 spots after Game 6 yesterday. They're also in a really good position right now.
Yeah, they are, and they fixed a lot of problems yesterday. At the beginning of the day, they kind of struggled a little bit in those later stages of the game. Naturally, their playstyle is not too aggressive, so they weren't picking up quite as many refreshes. You can see on the screen, only 2 eliminations at this stage. They kind of had low builds. You can even see 2 builds to their name at that current stage. And it was one of those situations where they adapted throughout the day, and in the end, they actually went for so many eliminations in the end game, and it resulted in better placements.
And we saw them oftentimes, too, just being consistent, playing to that low ground strategy that they've always had such a familiarity for. But I think it's that consistency that is really going to carry that duo through. Because again, Queasy and Veno, yeah, they might have a lead, but you can never count out Cammy and Seti.
I know, they have the history as well from Invitational as well, so good to see these two on top right now. But another team as well, we must look at Blacker and Mixon here as well. Also, 31 eliminations yesterday here, Mini. That is impressive, considering this is grand finals after all.
Yeah, I mean, the top number of eliminations out of anyone yesterday. The Polish duo, they're on fire, and they were very hot and cold yesterday. You could say they were almost like very adaptable, I think is the word that I'm going to use to describe them, because sometimes they were contested, sometimes they weren't, but they performed mostly under both circumstances.
And what was also crazy to think about is that the bulk of those eliminations, they had an 8 total in the 12th zone. So it's actually in those final moments that they were able to accrue a lot of those last-second eliminations. And again, in comparison to a team like Seti and Cammy, when you're able to find consistency through eliminations for your points, that's going to keep you in contention.
And watching some of their mid-games yesterday, they were so good at Storm Surge tags. We saw them rotating into that Shattered Slabs area just to pick up some tags going through, and that just gives them so much freedom in that mid-game to go for those eliminations later on, because they don't have to worry about Surge.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And look at the 4th position as well, Mustache and Tayson. I mean, we also watched them a lot yesterday. We know that they are a real force to be reckoned with here, but also 4th right now and looking mighty, mighty strong.
They started the day very well as well. Of course, started with a victory roll. You couldn't get much better than that, I don't think, from Mustache and Tayson. We thought, you know what, these guys could actually take it all. If it wasn't for Queasy and Veno just absolutely dominating the rest of it, they might have been a little bit higher up. But for this team, they had a little bit of unlucky zones. We could say a lot of south zones for them yesterday. Of course, landing at that north side of the Slappy Shores side of the map. So it's very difficult for them to play those south zones. But they, sitting in 4th, they're not doing too bad.
Yeah, and I mean, it might even be exciting for some of these other teams that are leaning more towards that 6th, 7th position. Because keep in mind, Mustache, Tayson, they're already qualified for the Global Championship. So ultimately, I think it's a lot about prize pulling and pride in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Another team actually qualified as well already is Malibuka and Thomas HD, who moved up 14 spots yesterday. That Game 6 was mighty impressive. It just goes to show in this kind of format as well that you can have 1-2 good games. It can propel you up that leaderboard.
I mean, talk about hot and cold. This is ice versus lava. This is like when they go down off spawn, they can't have a game. I mean, I think it was after game 2, they were last place. They were 50th. And then, of course, game number 3, they had an incredible game, which boosted them all the way up on the leaderboards. And they went up 40 places, 10th place after 3 games. So hopefully for this duo, they'll have a few more success off spawn and maybe even break into that top 5.
But the disgusting part about Malibuka and Thomas, though, is the impact that they're able to have once they do make it off spawn, because you can see Two's Futric, even when they manage to defeat Malibuka and Thomas at that initial drop, it doesn't mean as much for their late game, because we're seeing Malibuka, we're seeing Thomas, they get a Victory Royale, they get 3rd. They have 24 eliminations, and 23 of those were established in just 2 games.
Pulse rifles for this duo. They're always going for that pulse rifle. It's unbelievable.
They love it. Obviously, we have 10 teams here. There are 50 duos competing. Let's have a look at 11 through 20 as well here. And some, again, big names here on the board. I want to focus on Janice and Reason. Taco, why are they ones to watch today?
Well, Janice and Reason, I think, are a team that they really just need to solidify their actual consistency, because we saw half of their matches yesterday resulting in top 10 finishes, but then the other half, unfortunately, much on the other hold of that, where they just didn't have the point accumulation that they would have wanted, 0 point impact essentially, and it's tough when you're in that sort of position, because you can see the potential in those 3 games that they did have the top 10s.
Yeah, you say solidify consistency. They also have to solidify their drop, so they got to make their mind up, because they landed in the middle of the map for the first 3 games. They actually had a bad game 3, so they thought, you know what, let's switch things up. Let's go towards the north side of the map, and it did work out. Game number 4, I think it was a 5th for them in that game, so really solid, but they didn't actually end up ending off the day as strong as they started it. So that's why they're a little bit lower down, and we can see them dropping a few places. So where will they land today? I don't even know. We'll have to wait and see.
Who knows? They're right on the precipice of that top 10. Equally are Vidil and Mr. Savage. We didn't see them too much yesterday, but they are still massively in contention there in 12th position, Taco.
No, talk about a team that really started to come up on the second half of the day. Vidil in particular, I remember having that insane 4-piece clutch finish that just solo impact points, I think, was the storyline for this duo, but they need to just get to late game as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, we should talk a lot about, you know, the way in which our players are actually going to be moving around the map, because it's so key. Obviously, POIs and how they rotate is a huge factor in any Fortnite lobby. But when it comes to grand finals, you've really got to take it into consideration here. Two players, Gripey and Flixie here. Mid-game slightly different for them. They utilize the Storm differently. Mini, how do they go about their affairs?
Yeah, they do things a little bit differently, and it's something we've seen from a lot of our teams. Actually, they have an interesting off-spawn strategy, which then enables them to have a really different mid-game strategy. So let's just take a look at how they go about it. Of course, landing at Mega City. There's so many teams around. There's so many players that can actually, you know, contest them, of course, have those off-spawn battles. So, I mean, this is a team that they have been making those really interesting mid-game rotations that we can often see. You know, of course, getting those kinetic blades as well. So I'm excited to see what these guys can do today.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it all the time as far as getting that surge damage threshold. That has been one of the most crucial aspects as far as players are concerned. And for Gripe and Flixie, I think what they do excellently is they just have a very solid strategy for establishing that surge damage early on. Here, Refsguard getting absolutely torn apart by the attack SMG. It's the accuracy from Flixie and the attentiveness from Flixie as well. So regularly taking time while here in Mega City to make sure to build up that surge damage threshold early on, so this team can then have the luxury by taking advantage of some of this natural height elevation as well, because they're super familiar with Mega City.
Yeah, they're kind of just lurking around the contested teams around Mega City. There's so much real estate in that area. They can kind of just afford to do this. And then, of course, when it gets to that mid-stage of the game, they can box up on top of one of the many skyscrapers that are in this location and just capitalize on all of those teams rotating in. And this is the most important thing for this team, setting up for success, making sure that Storm Surge is not going to be a problem by doing their homework early, getting it done as soon as possible. And what I really like here, Flixie actually going down, farming, getting materials and loot, while Gripey's getting the tags.
Yeah, just keep note of how many heals and shields they're actually keeping in their loadouts, because it kind of indicates the fact that, hey, we're looking to make trades essentially for our surge tech damage. And those trades early on, again, you build up that surge damage, you don't have to worry. You can take these luxurious rotates to prioritize elsewhere.
But look at where they're going. They're going all the way into the Storm. They actually get those kinetic blades all the way towards that Kenjutsu crossing, because Kenjutsu has 10 kinetic blade spawns. There's going to be so much extra, and they take advantage of that. And look at this positioning on that dead side of the 6th zone, which gives them that front side, that first take into getting into that 7th.
Yeah, we saw the kinetic blades yesterday as well, particularly with Queasy and Vino, utilizing them so well. When it comes to like the high ground, we saw them kind of dominating yesterday. Do you think that's a real factor today? The high ground is going to play an important part in this?
It definitely is, and particularly for the teams that do have kinetic blades, they really want them, because of course it just gives you that flexibility, especially when you have that purple, that epic version. You have 3 charges, so it almost never runs out. I don't think teams will ever run out of charges when it comes to the purple kinetic blade, so that's why the teams are going all the way back into Storm, getting that damage done as early as possible, so they can just prioritize the kinetic blades.
Yeah, obviously Queasy and Veno, they can't carry all of the kinetic blades, but also if they're in the lobby, they're going to be trying to take height, and these teams know it.
Yeah, they really know. I think everyone's done their homework. They know exactly what they have to do today. Obviously, 6 games left to play here now, and those points are so imperative to get yourself up that leaderboard. We've talked about gods here as well, and there are 2 deities waiting in the wings here for us to join us on our family here. Let's bring out our casters. It's Shire Wager level 2K!
Hey yo! Good to be back. Good to be back.
I'm like a fan club. Like, yeah, yeah. How's it going, guys?
Going good.
Good to see you. Good to see you. This is the last day. This is day 2 of grand finals. I mean, we saw yesterday Queasy and Vino. We talked all about them. What an impressive day it was. But going into day 2, any other duos with your eyes on? What do you think is going to happen?
Ooh, what do I think is going to happen? I could be here for a long time if you want to talk about that, right? Because although the race for first place may not be looking like a tight one, when you look down, lower down the leaderboard, top 5 is so important today. So many different teams still have a big sort of claim for that.
Absolutely, and based off yesterday's performances, a lot of teams can rise to like legend status. Vanya Karmi looking really good. What can they actually, use to get that extra step in? And then seeing that Irazumi pulse rifles almost every game, top 15, breaking into the top 5, that's their goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into this this last few games as well, you mentioned 6 games left to play in this. You guys have been here before, you've casted the action before. It gets even more exhilarating as you go, because you know how much it means to the players to get into that global championship, right?
Yeah, 100%. And you see in the difficulty of these games, these are some of the toughest games I've seen in so long, right? Dead side of the zone was so much deader than it usually is, because everybody's struggling for surge, right? Everyone's struggling for surge. Everyone has to go to congested side, even on height. Barely who are Queasy and Vino having to deal with people chopping them out. Nobody has mats. Everybody's just falling to low ground.
And there's no second chances. Any mistake that we saw, absolutely punished. You saw the loading screen. Everything's just great for you, Taco.
Yeah, no, I think one of my favorites is actually Thomas and Malabuco, one of the games where they were on height with those pulse rifles. Anyone that tried to come close, immediately terminated.
And of course, this is a top 5 situation for teams that want to get into that global championships. But if there's a team that's already qualified, that then makes it a top 6 situation, or even a top 7 if Thomas and Malabuka can make their way into that top 5. So lots of storylines to focus on.
So many storylines, and it's all coming your way. You have a front row seat, and I'm hearing that the bus is loaded. It's ready to rock and roll. A storm is bubbling. It's brewing. We can feel it in the air. It is time for game number 7.
Welcome to day 2 of EU. Game number 7, points already on the board, legends already in the making, some qualified for globals, 5 still looking for that chance.
Look, yesterday set the tempo for how today will play out. I think we saw one team completely storm through, but many people expected to see a dominant performance from them. What I'm excited for, Shayo, are the teams just in and around that top 5 that really have a chance with today being a completely different day.
Absolutely, lots of grasping hands, and on that first game, you're bound to expect craziness. Let's just dive right in, see exactly what game 7, or the first game of day 2, has in store. I feel it's gonna get crazy, especially with this season. The Kinetic Blades, the action we saw yesterday, I've been saying it too. First place kind of secured in the throne right now, locked in an iron grip. Can anyone kind of ease the tension there? That's the question. Queasy and Vino, they land through.
Well, instantly, the thing I'm happy to see about these guys is they land that Kinjutsu crossing uncontested. There were questions about whether somebody would contest him. There are a bunch of teams in this lobby, Shire, who have landed at Kinjutsu this season, some of which haven't had the best of days. Fire Hunter in particular was one that I looked at and thought, hey, maybe they land Kinjutsu, go back home. Game 1 at least, or game 7, things are normal at Kinjutsu crossing.
No chance at all. Some of those teams were landing there in the grand finals as well. Queasy Vino went through that hurdle. A new thing I'm seeing over at the racetrack too. Usually, this is an awesome hot battle we like to watch at least 6 out of 6 games yesterday with lots of third partying. Thomas HD, Malabuka allowed to just play their game. Where's Tus and Putrick?
Well, look, we've seen switch-ups at the racetrack. There are no switch-ups here at the Citadel. Snazy and Podosai once again contesting Shamoki and Swizzy off spawn. And once again, Shayo, they're looking like the dominant team in this fight.
It's scrappy both ways, even though Snazy Podosai have come through and won overall on the spot. When it comes to the day, a little bit more finicky, a little bit more struggly when it comes to mid-game and end-game for the duo. That being said, this does look like the strongest we've seen both Snazy and Podosai. Not too much chasing going down, and a definitive finish to start off the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard if you're Shamoki and Swizzy, right? From a mental perspective, they came into this FNCS with such high hopes, such high expectations, with how impressive their performances have been over the course of this major. But here, in the actual grand finals, not given a chance to play their game, do they just completely look to readjust? Do they keep fighting and battling through the off-spawn battle?
We'll see how it goes. For Boaz and Dirty, I mean, if you're talking about patterns on day 1, they were the best team after the first game. They came through Elam heavy, 2nd place overall. Dominated, hopefully they can get that hot start here today. Vino and Queasy, there's so much space, even on the south side. As you mentioned, Kinjutsu is absolutely free.
Yeah, they have very well mastered something that I don't think we've seen from a lot of teams, even at the highest level of Fortnite, where their map control is so intense. Like, they genuinely control such a large area. You'll often see them in the earlier stages of games so far split up because everybody in this area is conditioned to understand if you're somewhere around here and you get caught out, it's most likely going to be Vino. And even if it's not Vino, it's Queasy and he'll give you problems as well. I think the big thing from what we saw yesterday is the Steamy Springs area, right? Just over to the west from where Vino is now, had a lot of fighting, a lot of contention going on, so allowed them to get a bunch of early surge. We'll see if Vino looks to continue to capitalize on that. Obviously, these guys here on our screens were capitalizing on that a bunch, right? Cammy and Seti, very impressive day 1. They were also able to look towards that Steamy Springs area to the south of Frenzy and just pick up some easy Storm Surge damage and tags as well.
Got lots of bottlenecking happening over at Steamy, and correct, both Frenzy and Kinjutsu get to actually have a lot of benefits from that in the mid game. When it comes to end game, though, that's where Cammy and Seti could have played a little bit better in some of the earlier games, right, than the decision-making they were making.
Well, I think the big problem is that, you know, it was just nobody had materials. Yeah. Everybody was so down, and so even if you were to get refreshes, right, like, you're not really getting much outside of Siphon mats, and these guys weren't necessarily getting a bunch of refreshes anyway. I will say, though, like, if you're Cammy and Seti, you cannot be upset with how you play.
No.
It came down to a couple, you know, 2v2 situations, right? There was the one where they got really close to winning and stopping Queasy and Vino from picking up another game. So maybe they look back at those moments, the final 1v1s, where they're thinking, hey, if we won those, maybe the margins would be a bit finer. But overall, they've played a really, really solid tournament so far.
Whereas the earlier spots in the game, a lot of the teams over in the Glaciers, north of Brutal, and even Brutal itself on screen right now, have been very, very scrappy as of the first game. We've seen so many fights back and forth, people switching up game plans each and every single game. That's not normal at all, especially in the grand finals. Nice pinch there from Glebsheet and Cheatin. Normally, you see players, at least for 2 games in a row, having the same type of game plans, then switching it up. But I feel like every single time at Brutal Bastion, there's something new going on really fast. See Voxa here now too, but Glebsheet's doing a really good job at defending the Bastion itself. Something of a trap too, free keys, free chunks, but in this game, it's gonna cost Darky his life.
Yeah, as much as things may look different game to game, the overarching idea remains the same. Everybody wants the vault, and that's how we see a lot of the scrappy fights going on there. Where people are just making plays for them, just like the one we saw there, where you're camping, you're hiding, trying to catch people out lurking in the area.
Tini and Misha doing the same thing too from that first day. Sneaky strats, waiting for people and interrupting them in their path and rhythm. And then just chasing through Storm. The zone is close by, so I guess they have the time for this, and it's one of the ways to get Surge, which is huge. So far, the fight seems to be going a little bit in their favor.
Yeah, right now, Tini, obviously the flopper allows them to sort of play with the timing of the fight as well. They don't have to be in necessarily a bit of a rush, whereas Gabix and Shmeki, they might want to close things out properly and quickly. That might cost them though. Gabix running right into Tini's line of sight.
Yeah, they really pressured them down. No chance for a clap back in that fight. Also Slove, looking at them in the mid game, they were attracting so much attention from duels across the entire map, I feel like. Every time we saw these guys electing to start fights, and it's no different in this game already. Also with eliminations, or at least one under his belt.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say attracting attention. I'd say more so seeking it out. Yeah. Right? They're the ones constantly looking for fights, and they are very entertaining to watch in those moments. As especially we saw hitting some really clutch shots at times.
They'll like to keep that flare gun in inventory to seek those fights out even faster, see exactly where people are hiding, even if there are through builds. And Cosmo hunted down, taken out by Slove. Look for rewards for this one. Shield keg, more splashes to the end game. And they're closer to the next zone as well, so we'll see them blade away. Slow start here for a lot of the teams in EU. 89 players still alive in Game 7. Janice Reason, I think one of the most interesting stories after Day 1 in so many good positions, especially after last season, such a good Day 1 performance. And this one a little bit more middling, but they're still in the top 10. It looks crazy.
Yeah, I feel like these guys have shown that when expectations aren't necessarily high on them, they can sort of, you know, thrive and sort of just get into a rhythm. And yesterday, wasn't necessarily the rhythm we saw from them in Major 1, but it was good enough to keep them in contention for a global championship spot, right? At the end of the day, that is the ultimate goal for everybody in the lobby. Even if you are Queasy and Vino, you know, in top on first place, the most important part of that first place being you get to play at globals at the end of the year. So Janice and Reason will eagerly trying to push their way into this top 5. You see right now, Banyak and Kami hold the keys to 5th place, 268 points coming into this game.
You see the stakes for everyone else, really. It's just the Queasy and Vino in first type situation right now, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. 120 points above everyone.
The good thing about this game as well is that it's a zone akin to something you saw plenty times yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a lot of South zones. I think every zone was actually a South zone yesterday.
I wonder why Queasy's in the lead.
Hey. So, again, this game will probably look somewhat similar to some of the things we saw yesterday. If that's the case, then I can expect those two to do well. I'd like to think Mixon and Blatcher will do well as well, because these guys finished the day 3rd. Here in the mid game, they were having a bit of an issue and a bit of a fight where they're using a bunch of their shields now.
One thing from these guys is that they're just survivors. Every time you see them in some of the worst spots, they come out scathed, but at the same time still both alive. some of the times Bixton's had to clutch up for the team as well. Saw some great ones in game 3 and 4 yesterday. We'll see if they can hold on to that top 3 spot. Tayson or Stash rocking through and a nice win yesterday overall. They're on the boards, looked good. What else do they have to do today, though, to keep that elevated status all the way up?
Just be themselves. At the end of the day, these guys have been one of the best teams this season when they've played. Even with some of the ups and downs they've had, right? Obviously, the question around Tayson is always going to be, look, is he motivated to play at his peak level, right? And even when he's not motivated, he's still just better. You saw that yesterday, right? Obviously, they won game 1, like you said. Tayson had that crazy 1v2 clutch in Storm at Slappy. So, again, I think these guys, their mentality is more so, let's do as good as we can. I don't think they're putting expectations on themselves of, let's go and push for first place today. Taking it game by game, which I think is the important thing to do. Taking things game by game.
I feel like they've got what they've needed from the FNCSs this year already, which is being able to qualify for the Global Championships happening this fall. Kaizen and Voxy haven't really had a home, I feel like, the whole time we've been watching them in day number 1. Seen them in so many different spots inside the mid game. But now, with this type of loadout, it looks good. Day 2 is all about just new beginnings, fast starts. They seem to have that momentum, taking augments for the moment. There already are a lot of teams based up inside, one of them being Vidil and Mr. Savage, who I think a lot of people, if we're talking expectations, had huge expectations for this duo based off of their week 1 and 2's performance.
Yeah, and I didn't agree with that at all. I didn't agree with it at all. I felt like a lot of people were putting, you know, way too much pressure on their heads. And understandably, they had great performance. And I think naturally, as a big Mr. Savage fan, it's very easy to almost lose your head, right? Oh my gosh, Mr. Savage is not contested. He's playing well. He's playing with Vidil. Vidil's absolutely insane, you know. But I spotted some problems with their mid game in terms of them being able to deal with Surge. That was a problem for them yesterday. Hopefully, they've adjusted. Right, obviously they've had the night to vote review, figure out what their new plan is going to be. And so we'll closely follow over these next 6 games, right? Because they're not out of it completely. They can still get top 5 with a really good day today.
That's the most amazing
thing. That mid game.
Yeah, it's the most amazing thing about them is that it's not about just the win. It's overall the top 5. When it comes to a lot of these teams who are in and out of that top 5, I want to see what's up with them. So, Takada, show me what we got.
Thanks, Shayo. So we're going to look at Blotcha and Mixin. Now, when you think of prime positions for getting surge tags, you think of congested side of the zone and a high elevated position. But what I love about their surge strategy is they not only go to a high elevated position, but they actually go to shattered slabs, which has a vault that people are always going to rotate by to try and get a bit of that extra leftover loot, and it opens up an opportunity to get those tags, even using the flare gun to mark their opponents.
Yeah, and I like that, right? They understand the map around them, make sure to base up on a choke point, right? All those shattered slab teams gonna have to rotate through the area, especially on a zone like this where it's pulling towards the south. And they're just able to sit there and rain free on all of them. It's been part of why they've been able to make it to end games, you know, with relative ease yesterday. Slove and Asado currently up here on District Island.
Oh, what does it mean to be on this island? What can this island give you in terms of power?
Well, it gives you a bunch of things, but the most important thing it gives you are these pulse rifles that you see Slovak just picked up. One of the strongest weapons we've seen in a while, and it just absolutely melts through builds, melts through players. And when the right people have it in hand, it's a scary sight, to say the least, for the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely. When people such as Slove and Asa, dangerous people have it, then it's trouble, trouble, trouble for the rest of the lobby. We talked about them seeking more fights, seeking danger. That'll continue. Seti Kami looking good on Surge, 520 above on that backside for Doxy and Jerky. Always just going through the rough. And right now they're gonna commit to a fight because they're just barely above that Surge threshold. Very good entry here for Doxy, sliding all the way in. Firebro down now on one of the sides and fully taken out. That's gonna be everything going right for the duo.
Yeah, that was a really needed win in terms of just putting them in a more comfortable position above Surge. They're still going to run into some issues. They'll hope for a lucky zone pull in terms of not having to move all the way towards the west. But right now, things are looking good for Jerky and Prodoxy. Nice loadouts. The materials are still looking all right as well.
A tough puzzle to crack to get out of that situation, though. You got Sendo and Lucia on one side who never let you go for free. We'll flip over to the north, though, instead of the south now, watching Zara and Zangi. And this is one of the first times looking at a team, at least in this game, not being too high above Surge. They need to damage someone, but Zara sticks his head out for just a second. Taken out. I talked about making mistakes, even being in the wrong spot for 1 second. This lobby will punish you, and punish you hard.
Yeah, you see that now as well. Zangi tries to go for the revive. The lobby's not letting it happen, and rightfully so. They get chopped out a bit. And right now, it just leaves Zangi all alone. The prospects of a reboot will be tough. Maybe you could do it in Storm on the Rift Island. But even then, the whole lobby's going to be watching, waiting. If Zara gets picked back up, he might just have to play this as a solo.
Yeah, Analyst Deox are trying to go for him. They'll actually have a lot of loot to work with here. The metal from Zara, some of the slurps, but they want the elimination. They want the 4 points. Zone's moving, though. Got to balance positioning and aggression.
The only problem I have with this team, Shah, is this is another game where the zone is favorable for them, and they're not looking good at materials, right? Anderlecht has a good amount of metal, wood and brick non-existent.
He just picked up a little bit of extra metal too, so beforehand, they were absolutely shambles. We'll have to pick things back up. PKR and Link saw them elevate their game a little bit towards the back half of yesterday. Started popping up. I think it's one of the teams who were getting bottlenecked moving in through the mid-game and started to figure out what was happening and going wrong. They're going to be based up beside Sinet and Irazumi, who usually have the Rift Island, so this is going to be one of the games where we don't see them with too much power. Nevertheless, both teams should be relatively low on Surge. They're up against Fastroki, Versace Tayson on one side as well. And we'll tune in with that fight, actually. They're going head-to-head. This is, I would say, slightly Tayson favorite.
Yeah, and they don't even need to fight, right? They don't need to fight. Well above on Surge, their loot's okay. I wonder if Tayson actually has movement of his own, right? Because Versace has that blade. Zone's relatively nearby, so if they both have blades, they'll be able to get into zone again with much ease. Splitting the materials now as well, I think. So figure out just where both are.
Getting scanned multiple times. Even though you're close to zone, this is one of the most important things, is making the right call here.
Yeah, to be fair, in some of their best games, even the win they had yesterday in day one, they were able to win working with relatively low materials, right? The materials right now aren't looking incredibly fruitful, and I think that's part of why they're thinking, can we get a refresh? Can we put ourselves in a better spot for that without giving up too much? More
teams getting attracted here. Sinet and Irazumi talked about how they might be low on Surge. They're also right on top of Fastroki's wall, so 2 teams behind Versace and Tayson. 4 opportunities in terms of players to get some loot. It's Hydro and Fastroki that actually benefit from the low Surge points of their enemies from before, and they'll be able to pick up all those mats. 2 extra left over. I don't think Tayson and Versace have the time to get him, but they're still knocking on this door. Man, why does it look like every time we tune in with these guys, they're in a different, completely different game with a different rule set? No one ever affects them. 758 above Surge, a few more elims, like, it confuses me.
I'm telling you, man, every single game yesterday, you just see these guys on dead side of the zone. It's just so easy for them, the way they play it out. They pick people off throughout the games. It's the Queasy and Vino show. What more can I say? It is the Queasy and Vino show. It's why they're so far ahead of the rest.
They land towards the right side of where the zone is. Kenjutsu crossing, and somehow they found the dead side on the left. They're playing completely mirrored, just knowing exactly where to be at all times. It's huge. And this is also a unique perspective. Alabuka with a pick in the feed, and Putrick also alive on your screen. You never see that in day one. And they're both getting to play out their games.
Yeah, but what would the implications of that be, right? I think we saw when given the chance to play games out, Malabuka and Thomas were absolutely electric. They only had about 2 games where they got to play, and it was enough to put them in the top 10. They were about 8th place.
I want to elevate past that. Lacha and Mixon want to hold on to their top 3, top 4. And for these guys, we tuned in with a segment that showed us exactly how much they invested in the early game for all their tags. Now, they get to not really worry about the damage, but they do really have to think about what to do next, being low on mats with not many teams beside them to fight. Have to be very careful with their next move. Meanwhile, Thomas Malabuka, 3 eliminations already. Endgame hasn't even started yet.
But will they be as dominant in this endgame without Pulse Rifle? Right? We've seen them in hand. They allow them to just sort of get out of really difficult spots with, you know, relative ease. But without those in hand, without that power, will they be as powerful in this lobby?
Only have rare blades as well, so they will definitely be nerfed. But can still pack such a punch. Refsguard Hellfire. Not used to just seeing them ever in solo situations, but Refsguard will be alone looking to see what he can do next. Very good at picking apart solos when he can find them, but this time it's a bit of a mess. The zone is so far away. He has to just get out of here as fast as possible, buying a lot of time for his kinetic blade to recharge. Freeze in the way to blocking lines of sight, just 54 HP. 2 shots with the red eye, he's gone. A geyser to use, but might just be a bit too exposed. 231 below on Surge. It's looking down atrocious for Refsguard here. I'm not sure he can find much. Urge barely even survive at all.
Yeah, but if he gets into zone, there's a good chance he'll be delivering max materials to some team that's able to pick him up. He sees an opportunity to run in a box. They close up right as he's there. Couldn't quite find the shot. It wouldn't have put him up above anyway. 217 down below.
Who's getting this loot, Llama? Look at the materials down below. 400 in each and every single one. Teeny's here. He's not going to be the one to grab it. They might just be lost in Storm. Refsguard has about 10 more seconds to make a decision. 5 more on the clock for Refsguard. And who gets it here? It's going to be huge for Pablo Ingo and Bevies, it looks like, to pick up all those mats.
That's a nice find because they struggled with staying efficient in endgames, right? Those materials are going to send them through so far into this game. Queasy and Vino, on the other hand, once again, surprise, surprise, dead side of zone. Don't have to worry too much about that next rotation. But the best thing about these 8 zone movements for these guys yesterday were the timing's always just perfect. Every single time, always in a good spot. Seti and Kami also in a very similar situation. This is what separates the 2 best teams in this lobby right now.
They haven't even taken a single shot yet. And you know what they say, power, usually silent. Both these teams looking to elevate soon. Right now, just staying back, and they're actually focusing on Tayson and Mustache. Coming in for the backside. Gonna both base up close by.
Just these 3 teams in proximity of each other have more points than everybody else in the lobby. It's ridiculous.
And there they are, 1, 2, and 4 on the boards, box to box. Jalen POV might not see where they are, but they will be here soon.
Way up above everybody else in the lobby. Jalen and Twy trying to make up for yesterday. They didn't quite have the performance they would have wanted. First time grand finalists. But here in day number 2, activating some of their qualifier form.
Reason Janice, huge time to get a refresh, but it's not going to be the most expensive one. Just a few mats in, and they'll try to split. Reason giving actually all his mats over to Janice to use. At least the brick and metal. Seti's still picking up a few players in the feed, so even though they're box next to Titans, they're finding ways to make their spot the most efficient. Thomas and Malabuka, trouble in Surge Paradise, but on that low ground, they'll find so many teams side by side. You give these guys even a little bit of a window edit, they're gonna end up 500 damage, so just give them a little bit of time.
Again, Pablo Ingram and Bevies right towards the front of the zone. We know they have a lot of mats to work with. Kami and Seti starting to run low, but opportunities for refreshes will arise as the first move in zone continues. These guys are moving through on that left side, and they're making their way to the front. Want to clear out this layer as well, make sure they have the claim. Vino and Queasy looking to chop height. We know they did it every single time, and it's always around this similar point, chopping things out. And they're going to start to katana towards the front. Jalen and Twy, they are now the ones being chopped out. And Vino and Queasy, again, just wait to time it perfectly before they go up.
Second protective layer, all they want to do right now is just wait. Let everyone else just waste mats. Let everyone else just go down to the pressure. Reason might be the next one here, as he's forced into the depths of the ocean to just try to stay alive. Not much else to see from him, though. Prototype falling in the feed as well. Thomas HD getting Zangy, so that team still very much active on low. Reason might be their next target. Is Tayson on the left box and more fear on the right. Up top on height. Queasy Vino also waiting and absolutely grab it. Perfectly timed. Jalen forced to move away. Twee as well. To start off the day, 120 points ahead and win the game as well would be huge for this team.
it would just be a continuation of the dominance they showed us yesterday. 4 out of 6 wins. Can they make it 5 out of 7? The reason, he's just trying to stay alive for a bit longer, right? The more placement points you can get, the better. But he cannot afford to take a lick of damage. If anybody sets their eyes on him, it would be an easy pickup. And that's it right there, tasting a mustache. They're not going to be looking towards the skies, but here on this layer, they're going to look to see if anybody's lurking in the back. They need a refresh and desperately.
They'll just pick apart anyone who's down below. Meanwhile, Map and iDrop still moving through. I found a few, 5 total, as a team. On the left side, just riding that zone line. Kiro, they've identified one solo, but choose to elevate a little bit. Meanwhile, Thomas HD looking down for top 4 eliminations. The roadblock with Vortex and Japco in the way. They elect to go a little bit towards the right, but then delay just a little bit to confuse enemies to their exact whereabouts, and now wrapped around their opponents and are about to have a drop on the backside of Gripey.
They're just going to have to jump in. They have no materials left. They want to take this fight. They don't want to have to drop down so low just early. And they're just trying to force their way into the boxes. If they had the pulse rifles, it'd be a bit easier, but still making it happen in that box. Thomas picks up the map. Slick sees the one down, and he picks up another. Malabuka's fallen though in that exchange, and so now it's up to Thomas to clutch up.
Every angle, every degree, his shot, his awareness just magnetic. If there's a person's head on his screen, it's gonna go down in mere moments. Thomas HD will find some reprieve to see what he wants to do next. Meanwhile, Vino, he's just going fishing. Up, down, left, right, doesn't matter where he is. He's finding Elims as much as he can.
They picked off Jalen and Twy from height, but Vino finally confirmed the elim onto Twy. Mustache now jumping in and around, just barely getting onto low ground. Joining up with Tayson. They see a player on the wall. Now he's above. Can they cut him out? Tayson looking to deal damage. Dropping down. Needs to be careful of the team above him. You know who it is. Queasy and Vino. They're ready to strike.
Mosh pit in the end game, and now there's just 2 players left down in the box. Slivers of HP. Vino tries to find that left shot, and it connects. It connects well. Another one. And call EU a monarchy, because we have 2 kings. Game after game after game. It's Queasy and Vino.
It's so repetitive. It's so predictable. Every single game in this finals, they look like a threat. And here, in game number 7, day number 2, already being in first place, already dominating the region, and they've won another game, 5 out of 7, Shia.
Effortless every time, which is the scariest part, because it means that no one's getting close to interrupting anything they want to do. You want height? Wait those 2 zones. Let Vino cook and chop, and then take it. After that, Queasy, you can build. Let this man do the work. If anyone gets beside Vino, Queasy has a shot on them once again. Pablo down. Vino finds everyone all around. I mean, this is just perfect Fortnite every single game.
And the scary thing is this is even better than what we saw from them in some of the games yesterday. Even more limbs, right? That was the one thing that you could say maybe they didn't quite do perfectly last game. A bit passive in that regard. This time round, double-digit elimination game. These guys are just unreal.
If the guys who are getting the VRs are taking the elims, that's one thing. That's trouble for the region. If they're already 100 points plus ahead, might need to call it right now, Levin.
Look, they're very, very lucky that the rest of the lobby still has a couple more games to try show us something, because right now it is absolutely, unequivocally the Queasy and Vino show.
Adam, analyst, what else do we have to say?
We're all just stood here shrugging, going, happened again. I mean, not only were they trying to break the elimination record there with 11 eliminations, which is incredibly impressive, but breaking a record right there with the most ever in any region, victory royales in a row, 4 of them in grand finals. The record-breaking duo right there, this is outstanding. Taco, I mean, what more can we say? They're just unreal.
Yeah, if the 4 in a row wasn't impressive enough, you have to consider that it's 5 in total. That statistic alone is just menacing to look at, because Veno and Queasy, you would almost think that we're just trying to show a continuation of like some sort of VOD replay from yesterday, but no, it is just these 2 creating their own mental and creating their own meta.
Queasy and Veno, you guys are different. I actually don't know how to comprehend what they've just done. Game number 1 of day 2, absolutely no nerves. I saw on social media yesterday, Veno was saying he was a little bit tired. He was tired after day 1, rightfully so. 4 victory royales is not an easy feat. And of course, now, making it 5 on day 2, it's incredible.
Yeah, see, you're bringing up socials. I'm trying to think back to some of those tweets that we've been seeing Veno posting about Tayson as well, and it's like, the threats aren't necessarily working as well. I don't think it's hitting Veno's mental in the slightest. Granted, it's all like in, good fun, I'm sure, since these teams tend to have a lot of respect for each other, but it is just insane to think that they seem to be working as a motivation factor.
Yeah. we came into this knowing full well they wanted to make a statement. They've done exactly that already, and there's still 5 games to go. Let's take a look at our standings, see exactly how the land lies after game number 7 here. This is how it currently holds up for us. You can see here, what a surprise. Queasy and Vino remaining at the top there, 551 points. I mean, Taco, this is unprecedented.
Yeah, 109 points in a single match here in Game 7. And if you're Mustache and Tayson, yeah, you moved up 2 slots in the leaderboard. You're sitting at 353, but it's definitely going to be quite the battle. Closing the gap, maybe not so much, but for Mustache and Tayson, you can't appreciate the fact that they're still sticking to their own element.
Yeah, really solid game from these guys. At the beginning of the show, I was mentioning how those south zones might have had a little bit of a difficult impact on their gameplay, but this, another south zone rotating from the northern side of the map, so they've just answered all those questions. They've been hitting the VODs clearly and doing another good performance in game number 1.
We're seeing many of the usual suspects getting into the end game, which is what we expect here right now. I mean, these are the top 10 right now in the leaderboard, in grand finals, in the region. I mean, you expect to see so many of the names here. They all are here to take part. You can see it's starting to move up the leaderboard as well. You know, the likes of eyedropper map there, 12 places up in one game. I mean, Tackle, we're starting to see this shift now, as we always do on day 2 of finals, where teams from different parts of the leaderboard really can propel themselves upwards into a contention place for these global championship places.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about teams that just continue to keep trying to play leapfrog here in the leaderboard. Malibuca, Thomas, again, they make it through into a match. They get to have an impact as a duo, and honestly, really strong form there from Thomas at the end with the solo clutch impact.
Yeah, really great job from these guys. Levin mentioned it on the cast. They actually had no materials on those mid-ground layers, but they didn't drop down. So many teams there would drop all the way down to low ground, and because of the nature of the zone over that water, so many teams just battling it out down on low with no materials or no resources. The way that they played this in mid-game was so, in the mid-ground, sorry, was so perfect, and Thomas HD really clutched up there at the end.
Yeah, he really did. Look at the rest of the leaderboard here as well. We can start to see eliminations as well now. We focused on these quite a lot. We're starting to see a lot of teams or duos starting to kind of rise in their numbers. Their digits there are starting to really total up. And we can see Queasonville on 39 now. We talked about Blacker and Mixing yesterday with 33, but other teams as well are starting to get into the 20s and such now. So we're seeing a lot of aggressive Fortnite to a degree because we're starting to get a lot of them and starting to rack up those points, which are worth so much in this competition.
Yeah, so many of the teams would have looked back at the VODs from yesterday and think about how can we improve? How can we change up our game plan? Because for a lot of teams yesterday, they were running out of steam. They were running out of materials going into those later zones. So they're going to try and fix those issues, be a little bit more aggressive because it's now or never. You don't have a day 3, you don't have a day 4. This is day 2. It's now or never.
Yeah, and I can't say it comes as much of a surprise to see teams in this top 10 with some of the highest elimination counts throughout because of the fact that we're seeing so much congestion actually building up. We touched on it at the top of the show as well, where teams that are kind of forced to all be in the same surface area. I mean, there's only so many places you can go, so we're seeing a lot of these elims, I think, taking place in like 9, 10, 11, 12 zones.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, this competition as well was all about celebrating the new talent coming through as well. Really aspiring team that are coming through are Pixie and Dayla in the EU. Really exciting to watch. You're not in the top 10, but still really making a statement here to say we are here, we are ready for FNCS, and we are definitely contenders for the future.
Yeah, this is a top team, and we saw them popping off last major as well, landing, of course, at Breakwater Bay, and it's no different again. They're popping off once again in this game, doing pretty good. Not quite in our top 10 so far, but if they can continue this momentum, continue this good form, they should be able to get into that top 10.
And something else that I like about Pixie and Della, granted, they didn't get a chance to exhibit it here in Game 7, given the way that Queasy and Veno chopped out Jalen Twy on height and then overtook it themselves, but Pixie and Della are a team that we have seen making efforts to try and overtake high ground.
Yes, that high ground is so lucrative, isn't it? We've seen the low ground and mid ground plays are one thing, but I think at this point, Queasy and Veno seem unstoppable on the high ground. I mean, Minnie, does anyone dare challenge them at this point?
Well, Jalen and Twy tried, and look at how it ended up for them. Not so great. I mean, they ended up clutching up the 3rd place, so great job from Jalen right there, starting the day a lot better than they finished it yesterday. They didn't quite have the best day, so they're trying. People are trying to get up, and I think it just highlights how good Queasy and Veno are, because Jalen and Twy held onto that height for so long. They just thought, we'll just chop it down, we'll go on top, and they had the mats for it.
Absolutely right. All right, there you heard it. Game 7 is done. We now move on to our next one. But what is going to happen in this? Can Queasy and Veno continue this record-breaking performance? We'll have to wait and see. Can they get another victory royale? We're going to hop back in to the next game and see exactly what happens next in this exciting story that keeps delivering the goods. It's time for game number 8.
Another day, another Queasy Vino win, but on the other side of the coin, top 5 still up for grabs for the Global Championships later this fall.
Yeah, and it's very, very important, right? You don't want to miss out on a chance to play at the Global Championships, the biggest and best competition in Fortnite, and still so many of these top EU teams in contention for it.
And they're looking really good in that first game of day 2 now. The biggest thing that I'm seeing so far is Surge seems harder. The games seem faster, and off spawn is even more dire for a bunch of these teams. So let's jump in to the second game of the day, game number 8, and see what these guys got.
Yeah, I think if you are anybody in this lobby, you just have to ignore the winning team. Ignore it. It's going to be them, right? You know, I asked Queasy, I said, yo, you want more Victory Royales tomorrow? He said, yeah, I don't want just one. Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. I want all 6.
Oh, man. If that happens, I don't know what I'm going to be doing at game 4 or 5. The way the commentary goes, we shall see. I mean, the big thing to note is how far these guys are compared to everyone else. When it comes to endgame, it kind of is very, you know, representative. They're so far up in the sky, everyone else down below. Cool to see. New beginnings for Thomas HD and Malibuka too. I mean, they had a chance to play that last game. They got a lot of points. They're up on the boards. They're trying to move up 8th place in total now. I feel like this is the team to watch if you want to have that comeback hero story.
Yeah, and they're not far off it, like you mentioned. I think the big thing for them this game, the difference maker, will be if they can claim the Rift Island.
Yeah.
If they can get those pulse rifles, there's no reason why they can't be a team that, you know, challenges for that top 5. And funnily enough, when I actually spoke to Vino last week about how FNCS is going to go, he actually said to me he thought if Thomas and Malibuka got pulse rifles every game, they win. And that's coming from the guys that just won 5 in a row, or 4 in a row. Right?
Well, what are the games they haven't won, though, right? I mean, that's one of the questions you have to ask. One of them was Thomas and Malibuka having those pulse rifles.
Yeah, because when they get them, they are just so dominant, so dominant. And so we'll have to follow that, right? They obviously were allowed to play out the game last game, and now that they're not contested, we'll get to see them more often in these games. But it is just all about whether or not they get that Rift Island, whether or not they can claim pulse rifles.
For other teams, win conditions not as surprising or appearing on the map in terms of the shape of an island that offers you weapons. Fastaroki Hydro, I feel like it's tempering aggression. They're in so many scrappy fights. They're getting a lot of their surge from these box fights, but I feel like they need to slow down just a little bit, as well as all the other Mega City teams, to actually think about how they're getting surge.
Yeah, because it's very formulaic how you do it, but again, the actual execution of it can be tough sometimes. It comes down to hitting key shots. Ping and Kyrie right now in a battle here. It isn't too easy to win, and it started off with Ping going down at the hands of Reason. Now Reason's gone down at the hands of Kyrie, and so it's up to Janice to finish this one off.
It's gonna be tough for Janice. I feel like Kyrie looks really strong in this one. So many builds at the same time as the firepower and the shields and position. This has to be something you must chase down. Through the trees, the foliage, he finds the box and actually gets the replace. No floor for Janice yet, but finally comes in. Kyrie has to find a way to not give Janice this much room, and he must have forgotten about the wall.
That's tough. Really nicely done there from Kiri, just putting that pressure on, but unfortunately Flodax and Kiro are running right in, and so this will probably be the last we see of Kiri in this game. A 1v2 here might just be too much for him to handle. Kiro and Flodax with the classic Battle Royale third-party situation. Sweeping in, cleaning up.
You have to assume the way he was feeling himself at the end there, he's probably just like, wait. Please. I'm not ready.
Wait.
It's all good. Not many people get a chance to even run away sometimes in these fights. This Lonely Labs one, I feel like now 8 out of 8 games, always Howley and Altensi up against Gabix. Usually Gabix gets to escape, but this time they're locked into this box fight.
Yeah, there were times in the qualifiers where Altensi and Howley looked pretty decent. I thought, hey, I wonder what these guys can do. And so even if Gabix and Shmeki are the ones who come out on top of this fight more often than not, I don't think you can sort of look at either one and rule it out and say it's, you know, too one-sided in terms of who's doing what. Overall, Shmeki and Gabix, the more experienced team for sure, and so you'd like to think that they would be the ones that sort of set the pace here. But right now, Howley and Altensi controlling space, claiming pieces, trying to find the right pinch situation. The key right now for Gabix and Shmeki would be to just try and isolate a 2v1, right? Try catch one of them out, a cheeky little edit, somebody holding their shotgun out ready to shoot. It's that kind of coordination that's going to go a long way. Of course, so you can see here in the distance, Gold and Anchor. This is their surge plan. They know these two are fighting here at Lonely Labs. They know this is a free opportunity for us to get shots in, get damage in, maybe even third party and completely clean up the fight ourselves.
Gonna try for it. It's so tricky to try to get any type of meaningful edits in this type of hanger fight. Even the third party, it's so blocked from the outside. Shmeki finally comes up top. But that's where Gold strikes, built up so high, and then he shot after shot. He doesn't need eliminations here. The key here is just to do damage, but he gets Shmeki down on the backside as he tries to fall. Gold with the kinetic blade too, all the way sky high, sees the freshly built pyramids of metal below and pinpoints where Howley is. A little bit of a breath and he just might fall, and Gabrix is also trying to fight him at the same time. So many matches running low, and Gold desperate for a few shots. Will try to land some, but Howley jumped up, mantled out, will escape a layer up. Not sure Gold knows how low Howley actually is, and doesn't want to invest too much and be caught out. Have to remember there are 3 different teams fighting here. Have to make sure that him and Anchor are at least looking at the same people at the same time.
Yeah, trust me, if they did know how low, they would have just ran straight in because everybody is so low except for them. And this is the most ideal situation for them, where they have the potential to pick up both players on both teams. That's maximum pointage, right? That's what, about 16 points or something?
Yeah.
Like maths, 4 times 4, let's go.
Let's go, they too were good.
I can do some maths. Like, this is so ideal for Gold and Anchor, but they need to try and pick up this other one. Yeah, okay, so that one will come through. Shmeki down, and so 2 elims now for Gold. Will they pick up the remaining solo players on both sides?
A quick quiz, how do you turn these 16 potential points into even more? It's a very ratty strat, but I've seen it happen before. Let these guys reboot. Leave them alive, wait, and come back for even more. I don't think Gold's gonna do just that. Gabrix is running away slightly. One thing they can do that's not their usual.
You can't see him.
Go how?
He was right there in the zone. You couldn't see him. Gold.
Oh, he's
right
running.
Oh, Tenzi's was there. Oh, he just looked away at the wrong time. Yeah, he spotted him. Okay, he saw him. And 2 headshots as well there. They might just start blading towards them just to finish it off.
They have the time, yeah, Gold will go. Zone's never this close to them, so they really look to just keep pushing and fighting. Have to move southwest so many times. This time, one of the first games we're seeing in the north in the day. And just like that, 3 eliminations out of 4.
So that's 12 out of the 16 points they could have got. I think the problem for them, though, is that Gabix just got way too far away. I don't think they'll be able to get him. He's gone way up north into the zone. And so it might just be 12 out of 16 they have to settle for, which is very good.
Really good.
Because in most situations, they don't get any points. They just get some damage done, which is fine in most instances. So I'm sure they'll be happy about how this game has gone for them so far.
One thing I never considered when I looked at people third-partying and getting eliminations is sometimes, even though it's good for points, it hinders your overall placement. I'm wondering how low those players actually were. Came into Howley at like 40 HP. They might need to have a lot more damage and find even more fights. I might be feeling comfortable with 3 eliminations, but there's not that much damage. Looking back over at the Kings. In paradise.
And this is interesting, right? Because obviously this is now a game where there's not going to be a south zone. And so I'm sure there'll be a lot of people maybe who aren't the biggest fans of Queens. You know, how could you not be fans? But anyway, let's say you're not a fan of them. Let's say you're a hater, you're a doubter, and you're thinking, yeah, they're only doing good because they pull every zone. I'm not going to lie. I think on some far zones, they're actually better than when they pull zone.
They can find that side faster, I feel like.
And they make plays like this where they just completely tank through the south side, come up. They have to be careful because there will be players as they come out of zone that they have to sort of worry about, but they are incredibly good at just forcing their way through, finding refarms as well. Like, this is just their bread and butter.
I feel like the Kinetic Blade is the perfect rotation item out of all the ones that could even exist for this team. It just gives them the flexibility to move, edit the ways you go towards zone, introduce the fights. That being said, though, there's so many different teams around the map. Taste and Mustache being one of them. What's going on with them to cut?
What I love about this duo is they have it all. The chemistry, the comms, the efficiency. In the early game, Tayson and Mustache do land on the north side of Slappy Shores, but they split. You can see Tayson is on the west side, outside of the city, while Mustache is still inside looting, but also getting tags, which allows them to pinch their opponents and open up more LOS on their opponents surrounding them to maximize that efficiency when getting tags, but also when looting.
I think one of the bigger narratives as we head towards globals, especially when it comes to Tayson and Mustache, is whether or not Tayson is actually going to be able to just mentally stay in it. Historically, right, we've seen him get very bored of his teammates very quickly. And I think them winning FNCS last major and sort of locking him into playing with Mustache all year long is a huge deal in terms of them actually being able to, you know, sort of battle through the year and Tayson having to sort of stay on good terms with his teammate, which sounds crazy, but that is, you know, been a trend of him. He's had so many different teammates over his amazing career. But right now, things with them two are good, right? Like Takata said, the chemistry is there. They're on the same page a lot of the time. And so regardless of how this FNCS goes, I think things are looking on the up for them going into the Global Championships. A replay here of Refsguard and Hellfire. They look to pick up Hydro into Strokey. Juriki in the midst of a fight. This is, again, a different challenge for them. We talk about the challenge for Queasy and Vino. This is a challenge for all these Mega City teams who haven't really had to move that far throughout these first 7 games. This time round, Juriki and Fedoxy find themselves having to travel across the whole side of the map.
It's new territory for these guys and a bunch of the teams that are rocking in through Mega City. I was right, though. So many stories and so many teammates who have played with each other in the past now in new situations against Titans up in Day 2 and EU. Lots of eliminations across the board. Yeah, for Juriki and for Fedoxy, I think they've been a team that is very reliant to actually see what the next challenge is in front of them and try to overcome it. When it comes to paving their own path, when it comes to moments like this where the zone goes so far away from potential obvious objectives like people who are boxed up, fights you can easily have, that's where they falter. Analyst Deox are a team that are good at playing that objective-based gameplay, go for that next box, find that next hill, but at the same time very good at adapting when the zone pulls in new and weird ways. A little bit north of the slabs now, and they've already picked up the cash, a little bit of a fight too, 3 elims in total. This team in specific, when it comes to their journey this season, looks strong in some of their best games overall, in complete control. Getting to that point of control, though, has been a little bit troublesome. It's come in the form of Surge, it's come in the form of some issues off spawn. Not a free season for that team, indeed. And day 1 for Kemi and Seti 100% defied a lot of the expectations some people were putting on them. Hey, this might not be their season. Everything's more elim focused. This is a team that's really good at getting those eliminations. When it comes to the FNCS where they popped off the trios in 1, it was an elim heavy format, and they really did very well.
I have my eyes on this though. Seti's down.
True.
It's not often we see Seti down, especially with just how good Kami and Seti have been over the course of this weekend up to this point. And even if they aren't looking at first place and thinking we can grab that, they need to hold on to top 5. This is a team that obviously won the Invitational last year. They're gonna wanna go to globals and show, hey, look, when it comes to in-person competition in Fortnite, we are them guys, we are them ones. And if they need to do that, if they are gonna do that, it has to be top 5. Obviously, they're sitting in 3rd place. They can't afford for it to slip.
Ooh.
And so this isn't good. Kami, the zone pushing against his back, players holding him. Fortunately for him, right, there's a bunch of trees here that you can sort of use as line of sight. But as I say that, there's players in the zone taking shots at him as well. You can't catch a break.
There's 3 people, 11, and they're not happy. No moving in this forest for free. Kami's looking for a few shots, but a bit too obvious, it looks like, on the play for the people who are up on that hill. They can see this one coming. That team way back in zone has not moved. They're still waiting for Kami to make the next dash. He does to the right. Has to protect himself from all sides. And he has the mats too. Last 50 pot here. This is just shambles. One team in front of him as well. That's Flodax. This is gonna be tough for Kami. 68 HP in total to work with, including his shield. And zone still coming in. This is where he's on an absolutely pivotal and close timer. Has to move up a hill too. Tough for Kami.
Yes, so tough for Kami, right? This is a guy who works incredibly hard and is incredibly confident in his own ability as a player. But no matter how good of a player you are, this is one of the most difficult spots you can be in, especially in this lobby. We've been talking about how difficult it is to play. iDrop and Mappy, we saw them deep in last game. And I'll be honest, they are another one of those teams that could potentially sneak their way into the top 5, right? in the top 10 currently, and they're on the rise. They have the pulse rifles. Hydropamapi might just have something for us towards the back end of today.
I hope so. A lot of the times when I see this duo, they get a lot of points in games where they look like they're about to leave the server at any moment. In these games where they have power, pulse rifles, good positions, I feel like the pressure of that, the expectation to do well off these items, it might just trip them up a little bit more so than not. Meanwhile, in the fight we're watching here, Pablo Wingo Bevies, other issue that we saw from yesterday is just the overindulgence in fighting and getting so close to so many other players. I mean, it's part of the game plan. It's how they get surged, but it's so dangerous to go all in some of these. Pablo Wingo now down.
Yeah, it's so risky, right? When you look at the best teams in the world, one of the key factors in a game is that they just don't put themselves in 50-50 situations.
Yeah.
Right? They always want to be in a situation where they have some sort of advantage. And I think too often we've seen at times Bevies and Pablo Wingo putting themselves in situations not only that are 50-50s, but where they're just at a disadvantage and they're having to fight out of that.
It's that gambler's mentality. I mean, there was a season where those 50-50s over and over again 7 times worked. And they were the stars of the show, so just trying to chase that through. Now, something uncharacteristic I'm looking at is Thomas and Malabuka live on screen, dope, down on Surge, just 4 above. I never see them this low.
Yeah, and you know, you think to yourself, this is probably the team with the most firepower in all of Fortnite.
Yeah.
How could they ever be down on Surge? They've put themselves above now. And look, we've been in moments before in many FNCS Grand Finals where Thomas HD is down on Surge and he just hits a bunch of shots to put them above. In this case, it was Malabuka that was able to deal the damage. And so both players on both sides confident in their ability to keep them afloat. The problem is, right, another game where they don't have the pulse rifles, right? That's been the key factor for them doing well. And so another game where they're going to have to either make it to an end game together, or it might end up being a solo clutch like we saw last time.
Pulse rifles on high ground are kind of the only lock and key stopping Queasy and Vino from just reigning control of the skies. Cammy still alone somehow has survived all the way in and has items. How did this happen? It was Bevies he picked up, and that's a lot to work with. Slurps everything all the way in Anvil Square. This is going to be a super clutch for this team.
Yeah, I was talking about how difficult it'd be for him. Bevies has handed him a gift, well above on Surge, and has everything in his arsenal to actually have a good game here.
Last time we saw him, it was 68 total HP with 100 mats. Look at the situation now. Look at the confidence in his shots.
Doesn't want to be too confident. Needs to start thinking about getting to zone. He's looking for that timing. He's waiting for those teams up there to move, but they're also waiting for him to move. Both teams want to take shots at each other.
Both teams we tuned in with as well know that they're a little bit lower on Surge, so Thomas and Malabuka are going straight for it. It's decided reboot ban, so they know that Cammy might just stay and wait to try to get Seti back up. They look at the weakness. They know it's a solo. Everyone diving for the rifts as well. That's exactly what Thomas and Malabuka might have done as well. To get all the way away, and now Cammy's stuck here.
Thomas and Malabuka are so scary. Did you see the way he just dived in on him? Both players going on different sides. There was Malabuka in front, Thomas from behind. They tried to smush him in, but barely getting out of the way, Cammy, and then now able to use this rift to get into zone. But you can already see the shots flying in, players from below. They know he's up here in the sky. Everybody wants to take a shot at him. He's flying over the trees. I think he probably wants to dive down and use them as cover at some point. But now actually in the zone completely. This is where it pulls. This is perfect for it.
Everyone down below suddenly stops looking at the sky and makes sure their bases are fully full. He gets a free ride in from the clouds, and this might be the strat. Okay, never mind. I thought we were going to see Cammy in the trees again.
Hey, look, if it was a zero-build tournament, then I guarantee you he would have stayed in that bush, but not here, not yet.
Yeah, so much to work with. Meanwhile, Queasy Vino, although this is not the south side, they pulled the zone.
Yeah, and this is just easy for them, right? This is how the zone that opened up, and so they're here, nice and free, and they have access to that next zone really easy. You can see how they're just holding this team in. Giras, Chari, they can't come towards this side, and so once zone 7 opens up, they'll be able to just blade on in pretty freely as well.
See the dominance of Vino as well, that quick stat that was just on screen. This man having more elims than most teams that are playing here. More than 47 of the teams, there's only 2 others with over 30. Him as an individual has been so good today, and it's because of Queasy's leadership. It's because of their positioning overall as well, over and over again. They're making everyone have such a hard time. Clement and Floki trying their best to make the best out of a bad spot. And they have a few teams they can fight with left and right, but they will be that first line that stops anyone else from getting into the zone. There's so many teams that want to on the right side, just flying in over top with some kinetic blades.
Look, zone's starting to open up, right? That 7th zone is starting to, you know, leave space, but a team like Kemet and Floki, they can't just start thinking about let's get into that space. They have to think about dealing damage, taking fights, because they're down on Surge, and Floki's really down on HP now. That med miss is going to have to be used fully, as well as the minis. Barely above.
Gotta make every shot count above them. PKR, Link having trouble with Irazumi. Coming in Floki, all those is a safe spot. They can't really just find anyone over here. It's so hard to find any type of free shot out of any of these walls, and now they have to move even further to the absolute opposite point of the server. They've got to move over 150 meters. This is going to be tough for the duo. They have those kinetic blades, but they need to find the damage and move at the same time.
Yeah, the good thing is, right, obviously the purple blades give them the extra charge. They'll probably wait for zone a bit, but the problem again is what it was just a minute ago. Down below on Surge, they need to start thinking about dealing damage.
Spots are being taken, people are moving, they're running out of time. Coming in Floki, need to find out what's next for them here.
It's not even supposed to really take shots. They need to just get into zone and start fighting something realistically.
Oh, gonna be cracked in midair in terms of shield. There it is. And they do base in, but this is it. Last 2 minutes for Clement. Barely keeps him above this shield threshold. And he's gonna open up and take a few shots back. It'll be up against Vino right now, who's shooting him. Vegas is on the backside. They're trying to get up, but you give Snazy 2 seconds to look at you, and you go down.
Blading from the congested side of the zone is always risky business, especially if you're going in a straight line. Players just have that vision of you pretty easily. Zara and Zangi down to just one build, can't even protect themselves from this lobby spray. And look who's there to clean up the loot. Look who's there getting taken out after picking up the loot. It's Irazumi. And Sined has literally just got the one build, can't even pick up the siphon mats of his teammate.
A sliver of a moment where there are no builds, and you're losing all your HP. Down for 1 second on surge damage, and you are gone as a duo. The difficulty of this lobby, of this day, of this region, just seems to be increasing every single game. And in terms of this one, for the end game here at Breakwater Bay, it's going to be even tougher for all these teams. We've been seeing mid-ground teams shoot at each other, high ground has pulse rifles, and now they finally make themselves known.
And it's not something we've seen often, right? We know how powerful the pulse rifles are, but we rarely get to see them on height. And one thing you do guarantee when you see them on height is that they absolutely melt every single player that's trying to kinetic blade through. And so now it's up to iDrop and Matt to do that.
One player, though, that's defied all odds this game, Cammy, on your screen, is below Surge again. He's been a solo for the last 3 zones, and he's holding on to his top 5 spot in this game. The longer he lives, the better chances he has to make this an absolutely glorious tournament for him and Seti. Moving forward, dodging the pulse rifle beams right underneath them, in front of their faces. He challenges shots and only gets hit once.
You see just how careful he is, looking to take shots at players as they rotate, covering his head as well. But once again, you see exactly what these guys want to do. It's Vino, Queasy looking up for height. They want to take it off iDrop, and they might just do it. Not much connecting them. iDrop and Mappy need to start thinking about connecting and making sure they pressure Queasy and Vino as much as possible.
Not an inexperienced duo at all, so we'll see the back and forth happen on high ground. Meanwhile, Lucia and Center are trying to move through low, interrupted on the dash as a big shot from a pump stops Lucia in his tracks. Vino and Queasy up towards their second part and looking at height again. They're moving too fast. They're used to seeing both of them. So Vino says, forget the chop. I'll go take it myself. Almost landing and getting a perfect shot off. The timing crazy from Vino. He once again unites with Queasy. A mistake makes it just look like a beautiful rotation instead, and they keep moving on.
But this might be the first endgame in so long where we have to see them play a different way. They might not be able to go up without the mats they have left. They're going to have to start going down. And all these teams here down below are so powerful. Cammy, even as a solo, is making himself look strong. Still alive in this one.
They drop themselves down in the top 10's world, and that's where Tayson and Mustache are hiding. That's where Cammy's looking to survive, and he gets right towards the front side of zone. Elects to actually stay elevated. This is not a position we're usually watching him in when he's alive with his duo, so as a solo will go for it somehow, though. No one can stop Vino and Queasy. They say never mind and stay on height. Cammy goes down. What a way to survive all the way to the 11th zone, the top 17. Now everyone, including the pulse rifles, have to bow down to the king.
Mustache and Tayson, though, they won't bow to anybody. They'll keep fighting in this mid-ground. They'll keep clearing players out. It's Gripey who they're cutting through. They want to take them out. Who else is there? Will Flixie fall? He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to move backwards. If he takes the fight, it might just cost him. Tayson and Mustache don't force down.
Tayson on the sliver, and he will go down. So up to Mustache, but he makes every single shot count. While on the backside, he's got no mats. A little bit of a split from Tayson. Even when he's not, he's doing stuff for his teammates. Slurp popped, and now Mustache can actually have some playtime inside the storm. Mythic Pistol active, and that's who's gonna look to the beam. Queasy up top, and Vino drops again. Another chance for them to get wins, and wins. This is just crazy on EU.
Oh, he's slowing down. He needs to be careful. Mustache, he's coming up. This might be one of the first times we've seen him have to be challenged like this, but quickly dealing with the danger. Queasy says, Vino, hold up. I got you. Slow Bay down beneath. He has 6 already this game, and he's looking for more. No materials left at this point. Just crawling in the back of the zone. There's opportunities there, but he gets taken out from someone even behind him. And Vino picks up Drayson. Oh my goodness, how many times, even when it doesn't seem possible, even when it shouldn't be probable, they still take height, they still look to win games. iDrop, who was initially on it, is still alive in this game, and he has a tough task on his hands.
Mythic items all the way down below. iDrop looking for one of the shots, but Vino all the way just falls down. Now 1v1 for Vino! It's easy! It's easy! It's just too good for this team!
5 wins in a row. I will never see something like this. Do we ever see anything like this? I don't know what I'm in. Am I dreaming? Is this a dream? Is this real? How do they do it?
I don't know, and that game should have just not been possible because we saw pulse rifles on height. But Queasy and Vino, again, split-second decisions, big shots. When Vino's in trouble, he calls it an airstrike in the sense of Queasy, and he does damage, and then he's up close again and makes it just look like practice.
No matter what you throw in their way, whether they're contested, whether there's people stealing their loot, whether they're taking fights mid-game, whether there's someone contesting for height, it doesn't matter what you throw. Whether they don't get the zone, that was the first game they've had to travel across the map, and they still make it happen. These guys are unreal.
Hardest possible game, worst circumstances, they still win. Adam, analyst, it's enough. I don't know.
I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say. It's just absolutely, it's marvelous to watch. But it's also like, it's a surprise to see them continuously break records, blow us away here. I mean, Mini, what more can we say about Queasy and Vino? They've done it again.
They're not just trying to go for the win today. They've already got that in their back pocket. They're trying to go for world records. This is now tied for the most number of victory royales in a grand final ever.
Wow.
It's just absurd to think about. Like, it almost leaves you just in awe, speechless, watching every single maneuver that Veno makes. From the moment he drops down, you can tell he is thinking about his exact next step. Even against the challenge with Mustache there at the very end, for a moment it looked as though Mustache, he's got him on the ropes, and then suddenly it's Veno just closing out. And again, they basically solidified, especially with the game before having the Victory Royale. I'm just dumbfounded right now. It is a fever dream.
Yeah, it's almost like Queasy. You can always see him up top just going, Veno, go have some fun. Just go have some fun, do your thing, and I'll just make sure everything's cool from up here.
Oh boy, and fun he had, because he is just a menace when he gets down on this low to mid-ground layers. And I've seen this all season. We've seen people dropping down to try and frag out down below. We've seen it across all different regions, but these guys have mastered it right now because they're understanding there's not going to be heal-offs anymore. We're not going to go that full length of the game, so Veno can actually drop down a lot earlier on and take out the rest of the lobby, whereas previously he would have had to hold on to those heals, hold on to that position, and actually drop down a lot later. Just shows how adaptable they are, and rightfully so on the top spot.
I don't know, man. I mean, Vino's still feasting. It just happens to be on everybody else in the lobby, and think about this as well. 33 eliminations as an individual. He set the record for himself on EU.
It's just unreal. I mean, I keep looking over my shoulder, seeing the number 6 Victory Royales, thinking, is this happening? Is this actually a thing? And it's definitely, most definitely a thing. You can see the standings as well right now on your screens, and you can see they've 636 points right now, sitting so pretty. But we can also see the rest of the leaderboard as well, really starting to change a little bit here and there. And iDrop and Map kind of getting into the top 5 right now. But good to see the likes of Tayson and Mustache in there. I mean, it's great all round, despite you can celebrate them to the cows come home.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's about global championships as well, of course. We're trying to get into those positions. Top 5 is the threshold that these teams need to get into. Of course, if there is an already qualified team, then it drops down to top 6 or top 7. So, of course, we're looking at teams like Cammy and Seti. Cammy solo clutching, doing such a great job there as well. Vaniac, another team who had such a great endgame during that. We've often talked about Vaniac as being such a great solo player, but yet again, it seems to be one of those situations where they've developed into such a great dynamic.
And we saw it yesterday as well from Vaniac and Karmi. They were originally contested for those first couple of matches, but they quite literally forced Mikkel and Monet away from their drop spot south of Frenzy Fields. And they've been making some nice adaptive changes as well, because we have seen them take instances where they try to use some of the map's natural elevation, trying to take more focus towards establishing those surge tag damage on congested sides of zones by playing off of the edge. And I like the flexibility that this duo is kind of showcasing, and I think that they're definitely a team that can squeeze into that top 5 consideration.
It definitely feels like the teams that separate themselves from the rest of the pack do have that flexibility, as you mentioned here. There's always, whatever is thrown at them, whatever given situation, there's this way of maneuverability around it and kind of working around it. A bit like rotates, really. Like you go through the storm, up top, whatever you need to do, the best teams find a way to make it happen.
Yeah, they do. And another top team, Steno Lushi, sat in that 6th place spot right now. That currently is enough to guarantee themselves into that Global Championships later on this year. A duo that not many people would have heard about, not many would have talked about. We even didn't mention them at the beginning because we didn't expect them to pop off like they have, but what a performance from them so far.
Especially when you consider that this was a duo, they qualified off of Surge Week, and it wasn't even from a victory around Surge Week, although game number 5, they did play second. It's more so the fact that they came in off of consistency in Surge Week, and they're bringing the consistency still to this grand final set lobby, which indicates that this is a team that can definitely still hold on.
I think that just gave them confidence as well. During the Surge Week, going through on consistency, they had as much reps, as much practice as they could. Of course, going through on a first game victory is always good, but keeping that consistency, and as you said, they're carrying it into this grand finals. And for a team that haven't necessarily been in this position too much before, they're really handling the pressure so well.
Interesting. Okay, we've actually got something real fun to look at as well here. Total damage done across all different, I believe, regions here for you guys to look at this. I see a team, sorry, to look exactly and see where they've done the damage, how much they've done as well, and you can see the stats on the screen. It is mighty impressive. It's not just Queasy and Vino dominating right now. So many other teams getting a lot of damage dealt as well.
Yeah, we can see it, of course. Juriki and Fredoxy up there on the damage stats, of course, 3rd place right now. They're, of course, landing at Mega City, getting those mythic pump shotguns almost every single game, so I'm definitely sure that'll have a part to play in that.
But I'm also particularly impressed by Seti and Cammy actually being in that top 5 discussion for damage dealt, because you have to remember, at Frenzy Fields, they're uncontested, which showcases the fact that they've got a really solid Surge game plan, because we're seeing them, even though we were forced to watch through a solo clutch instance there at the end for this past game, it's just the fact that they're still able to maintain a nice mindset in terms of knowing the area around them so well that they can still find that consistent surge tag damage when they need it most.
Yeah, managing to accumulate that surge, those tags really, where manage to get past Storm Surge. It's such a pivotal part of this competition as well, because as long as you can get to the end game, give yourself an opportunity there, Mini.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cammy and Seti have been landing at Frenzy Fields for 2 seasons now, since the beginning of Chapter 4, so they know this area so well. And I think that almost buffs them in their surge strategies. They're doing the exact same thing as we saw them do last season, obviously different teams surrounding them, so it's slightly different, but they're building up nice big bases on top of those barns inside of the Frenzy Fields area. And of course, just sneaking around, trying to get a few tags here and there. They're doing so well so far. Let's see if they can continue doing it.
Yeah, you know that I'm a big fan of speculating, right? Who might go all the way to Global Championships? One of my favorite things to do is just think, who might get all the way? Who might actually make it through? And things to, topsy-turvy change all the time in this competition. But asking you guys right now, the way the land lies, obviously Queasy and Vino are in such a dominant position right now. But the rest of the leaderboard, considering damage dealt thus far, who are you kind of thinking might go all the way here, even now after Game 8?
I'd like to see Cammy and Seti do it. I think they are very adaptable. Doesn't matter about the zone. It doesn't matter about where they're positioned, who goes on around, or what goes on around them, because they have all the answers to those questions. They're not a one-dimensional team. They can adapt on any situation. So realistically, they should go through, and I really want to see them there.
See, I'm pulling more so for Vidil and Mr. Savage to kind of slide their way in there. I think they've got what it takes.
Okay, we'll see exactly what happens here as we get ready, because it's imminent. We're diving back into this competition here. From Breakwater Bay all the way to Naughty Nets and everything in between. Our players are ready. It's time to jump into game number 9.
What we are witnessing is one of the most dominant performances, if not the most dominant performance in Fortnite history. But beyond that, we are witnessing all of the best teams in EU right now hustling and fighting for a chance to play in the Global Championships as well.
Absolutely, one of the closest 10 horse races we've seen so far in any region when it comes to who can actually make it here in Copenhagen in the fall. That's going to be nuts. An extra major after this one too, but for today, for this day 2 in EU, absolutely electric is the air with shots, beams, and kings on all sides. It's insane, the storylines in this lobby.
One more win.
One more win. One more win.
They're gonna keep them coming. I'm sure they will. But beyond that, we obviously see so many fights happening off spawn that have such big impacts in how these games go and how these games feel. You can see here a change in tempo. Snazy and Podesai, they've landed at the Citadel and they're expecting to see Swizzy and Shamoki here as well. But these guys have decided to swerve. They don't want to take the 50-50 fight off spawn. They want to get a chance to play out the game.
Up in eye drop, up against Q-Roll, make fast work to kind of push them back in Anvil Square. And today has been so different off drop, right? We see Thomas HG Malabuka in every game. We see Pusin Puchik also being able to play. We see so many teams just kind of spacing apart and trying their best at just trying to get towards that top 5. And right now it's kind of the same teams almost who are holding at least the top 3.
Yeah, but how impressive is it from iDrop and Matty, right? In terms of, we don't expect teams who are contested to do well most of the time, right? When you're making your predictions, you always have the teams that are contested somewhere low down in the standings just because it's so difficult. These guys are pushing. They're in the top 5 right now. Contested at Anvil Square, that's so impressive.
It's huge and really making good waves off the game where they got those pulse rifles.
And they came through Surge Week.
They did come from
They came through Surge Week and they're doing this.
It's too much. They have to hold on now. That's the tough part. Getting there is one thing. Trying to be at that level 24/7, sometimes you might not get that Rift Island. Starts off spawn though, and we see some issues for Cheatin and Glupshy as well. I don't know how Cheatin survives seeing 2 people, facing both of them at the mouth of 2 different barrels and living. Still holding onto his shield. I say that and now it finally gets rocked off. It's Kaizen who comes in, another team, and makes quick work.
Bro and Artist have not been able to settle and find a home. And they're trying to make Brutal Bastion theirs. But it is so hard against these teams in box. You can't miss shots. Vox and Kaizen, they want to claim Brutal Bastion. They don't want anybody stealing what's theirs. But you can see another contender, Drayson and Darky, run right on in. And they're going to look to clean up right there.
Kind of just a survival game for whoever's here at Brutal Bastion, and it never goes this fast. This is wild. Another wave. This one is Drace, who's experienced at playing the game. Doesn't even need Darky. 2 big shots, 1 wall. Nice edits, and they finish it up. They get the rewards.
I love how like all the teams and players right now who like would be potential Kenjutsu crossing landers have just all decided, nah, we're good. Brutal Bastion will do. Right, we obviously saw Firebro and Artist landing there earlier this season. Obviously, Drayson and Darky literally were landing there yesterday at times. But both of them going, yeah, nah. Kenjutsu, you guys got it. We'll go Brutal.
Yeah, they want that smoke, but they don't want that type of smoke.
Not that type of smoke.
Yeah.
Understandably.
Comeback season now for Janus and Reason. Overall, I feel like they just dropped a few spots on the board. 15th in total now, but they're right beside so many teams. We're basically tied with them in points. Seno might fall to a trap play here from Ferdoxy, who's just waiting patiently for him to overpeak in just the wrong way. One big thing to note, we talked a little bit about iDrop and Mappy. Gripey and Flixie have kind of defied all odds on day 2 as well. They just came in top 10 now, 4th place in every end game. In a box, or beside a box where Tayson and Mustache are doing their thing and they're surviving, they're dealing damage. It's huge.
Yeah, truly been an impressive team, but look here. Fredoxy heard Seno getting cracked, he heard the shields being depleted, and so now he wants to strike, not waiting for Seno to overpeak, just wanting to get in his box, get in his face. We know these guys are high up in those damage leaderboards. They've done the 3rd most damage of any team today, and they're looking to deal some more, trying to get in. And they will pick up Steno, Juriki coming through and dealing that final blow.
The dog and the shepherd. I like the way that Ferdoxy just keeps that chase on the Steno. All the way to Juriki. That was a nice one to pinch overall. Meanwhile, across the pond, if it's not gonna be Shimoki, I saw Philip Monk's name off drop. Podesai needs someone to target off spawn. He's the closest one he's got.
Yeah, now he's gonna have to get a revive as well. I think it's clear that these guys are very aggressive, very direct in their approach, especially in the earlier stages of the game. We need to start making things click throughout the mid game and end games as well. Zangi going for his own sneaky play onto Andalex. I don't think Andalex is a clue he's here. And so lining up the shots perfectly. Oh, not connected with Andalex! No! Oh dear, you hate to see it. He left clicked on his kinetic blade, and instead of flying away, he just stood still for Zangi to take shots at him.
But because of this, Zangi's gonna summon Deox now.
Yeah.
So now it's 2v1 and the splashes are here. Zangi in trouble as a third party starting to connect a few shots, and I think landing all of those might have been worst case scenario, even though it's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he's taking shots from behind now, didn't block his back. And he does have that shield kick there popped, but he's burning through a lot. That was almost so bad. If Andalex had gone down there, he would have been fuming. I'm sure he's fuming anyway. But it would not have been a happy time for him. Fortunately, Diox was close by just to help out.
Mustache Tayson, Slappy Shorts. Basically, not like completely uncontested, but unhithered. They're not in trouble at all off spawn. Looking good as to where they get damage. It's at the top 5 there, second overall, and already qualified for the global, so they're just trying to push other people away who might want to have a chance at their spot. A pixel for Mustache to see it, he lands a shot.
So, Mustache and Jason, think they could get first place?
You know, there's a world where mid-tournament, you have the ability to just give people points that you have. Okay. And Queasy give a few away. And then Mustache and Tayson, yeah, no, there's no way. I don't think so. But they can hold on to their first place, which is second.
Well, the thing about them that's obviously interesting, right, is that they are well entrenched in second right now. Like, they're sitting comfortably there, somewhat at least, depending on how City and Cammy go. But what a lot of people might forget is that obviously these guys are the reigning champions. They already have a spot in the global championship. If they finish in the top 5,
it becomes the top 6 that are going to be the ones that move all the way on.
Right.
And not them. So there's some people praying for them to stay inside that top 5 spot. Give them a chance.
Yeah, no, everybody is praying for them to stay in the top 5 so that it just drops down a bit, right?
The other team, of course, is in 9th place, Malibuka and Thomas HD. They're moving up the ranks. If they get towards top 5, top 6, and the top 7 move on to global. So very cool tidbit and very cool fact that, you know, some of these teams who won first, second place overall last season are doing this well again.
Yeah. It just makes it interesting. Of course, we've been hyping up the fact that, yes, there's top 5 go to globals, but right now, one of the top 5's already got a spot for globals, so it would mean an extra spot is available. Seti and Cammy might just run into Twy and Jalen if they're not careful. You can see those guys to the right. Jalen looking incredibly low, though. It's not even at the hands of Seti and Cammy, so they're running into their own problems. But you see here, Seti and Cammy prioritizing positioning right now, just looking to get ahead, not worried about the teams around them. They just want to pick their spot and get to it.
This zone looking like it's centering over at Kenjutsu Crossing, so Seti and Cammy will have a lot of room to work with. Kenjutsu also being a hot drop right now, lots more medium ammo available, lots of high rarity weapons. Going to be possible for Queasy and Vino to have. Seti Cammy and any other team that lands towards the south side can always rotate in late, shoot down a bunch of those drones, get some of that loot as well if they are not looking too good off spawn. Thomas HD Malibuka, this is crunch time for this team. Now, getting to play all 6 games is something I don't think that this team expected coming into day number 2. They're looking good so far. 64 total points on the day, it looks like. They want to elevate that as much as possible.
Yeah, and of course, in some of the previous games today, the Rift Island hasn't necessarily spawned in their favor, so they haven't been able to claim it the way they would want to. So they'll be hoping for some more fortunate spawns in that regard.
One thing I've noticed on day 2 of EU is there are a lot of people who are actually looking back at day 1, seeing the impact of those pulse rifles, and now they're really gunning for those Rift Islands. I feel like Thomas had it for free. Irazumi, who's on screen and out of cash, had those Rift Islands for free almost in day 1 over and over again. Now it's the likes of Asa who's there immediately. We have iDrop and Map here prioritizing them as well. There's big changes we're seeing on day 2.
Wait till they find out high ground's free as well.
For a zone or 2.
iDrop and Map, obviously they were playing for high ground last game, and I think way back in the day there was a time when analysts, including myself, would criticize the way I tried to play for height, often trying to take it too early, a bit too cavalier in his approach. And I liked what they tried last game, but Vino and Queasy just so cerebral in their height chops.
I think we might need a little bit of that old eye drop back, the nonsensical staying on height. Might be the only thing stopping, or the only possible thing that could stop Vino and Queasy. Because right now, as soon as you get rocked twice, you gotta play it safe. You want to see the end of the game, not just height, right?
Yeah, the problem is, you're just gonna get chopped out. If you're playing for height, you are just gonna get chopped out. And so you almost have to hope that the zone doesn't like pull far. If the zone pulls far or pulls at a weird angle, you are 1,000,000% being chopped by Queasy. It's just guaranteed.
Storm fight for the moment. The zone pulling further and further away. There's a timer even for the victor of this fight. I mean, how unfortunate is it to be one of these teams at Brutal Bastion? Either you have a mosh pit if the zone pulls north, and it's team after team after team in waves, or everyone's just so fixated on fighting that no one can really even stay close to Storm. Stay in an advantageous position. Nice shot from Asa on the jump up. I'm not sure he's going to be able to claim the elimination. Yeah, he is. There he is. Artur going down. But keep it moving for them. 11th place overall. They're close enough to make it into that top 5, but need some phenomenal games back to back to back.
It's interesting here. You can see Thomas and Malabuka found themselves in some trouble here in the mid game. Malabuka's down. It's up to Thomas to try and get the reboot.
Want to have both of them alive, ideally. Definitely a rocket ship duo where once they do take off and one person's left in the solo clutch, they do really well, but yeah, because of this, no team's active. They're not going to be able to have the pulse rifles. I see Queasy Vino maybe going towards that island.
No,
there was a moment.
Wait,
there was a moment. I saw it in your eyes.
He did, I think. Look.
Ooh, Queasy's down.
I think he went for it. Maybe.
Yeah. No, most definitely. He's knocked up top and people are jumping right for him.
Yeah, Queasy went up for it. They tried to do something different. The spawn was there for them, so they felt they could take it. And to be fair, there were a couple scrim games where I watched where when it did spawn for them, they thought, you know what, let's take it, why not? And clearly now, when they're not sticking to their usual game plan, it's catching them out.
They got 200 points to work with, so, you know?
That's true, that is true.
And the best part about this is, once again, I said it before, Kenjutsu Crossing, home zone for this game, Queasy's card on an island that has a reboot van, right? And Kenjutsu down below, another reboot van. And if they want to, they can go all the way out to Steamy if they want to for the next about minute and a half. There's a reboot there too. Naughty also in the circle. Queasy, I feel like we'll be seeing the end of this game.
And we did see yesterday when they were put in bad situations, still able to make something happen. Jalen and Twy here, they've been in plenty of bad situations, but for a team trying to make something out of their first Grand Finals appearance, this is their chance to make up for it here in day 2. We have Takata on the sidelines to give us an update on what these guys are doing to bounce back.
Queasy and Vino are not the only duo that likes doing edge map rotates. Here we have Twy and Jalen who are making good use of the kinetic blades to go around the edge of the zone to block as much line of sight as possible from their opponents that are on the mainland. A great way to do a rotate without losing too much shield.
I think one thing that I've found interesting when following a lot of this season is when it came to Jalen and Twy, they actually were benefited a lot in terms of just learning by landing so close to Queasy and Vino, right? Seeing how those guys are rotating around them, obviously they land so close, and almost being able to emulate their rotations. The problem being, in some games, they ended up pulling the same cash, right? And so ended up fighting, and that's not always a fight you want to take. In other situations, they get out-timinged by Queasy and Vino, and so they're just now stuck behind them as they try to rotate in. But for the most part, like you see there in terms of that kind of rotation, they're able to learn and almost sort of do something that those guys do so well.
This is the one game where those guys also did something different, so I feel like they still be behind Queasy and Vino. This time they'll go for an island, so Jalen and Twy have a little bit of room to play with. Malabuka's back, and there's Vino. On a van as well, I believe, but Vidil and Savage, will they give him this for free?
I think if you're Vidil and Savage, you wait for him to get the reboot, take Queasy out of the air, and then look to pick both of them up. Look for the 1v2 onto Vino. And look, you see them there, lining it up.
Oh, man.
Easy doesn't stand a chance. But will Vino 1v2 Mr. Savage and Vidil? This is the question.
Vidil knows exactly what just happened. He knows exactly
I don't think
whose opponent will be. Yeah, there's no chance.
They're not even going to run in and try to fight.
You know, the funny part is he can try again. He can try again twice almost. So the reboot's right there. He got it back. That van will recharge.
Yeah, it's got to wait a bit. But look, on this side of the zone, there's not a lot of people here. They're literally the only 2 teams in this vicinity. So even if he does wait, they'll just do it again. Like, they will just take Queasy down again, and there's nothing he can really do to stop it. He can maybe expand his boxes a bit so that Queasy lands in one of their boxes and then he can close it up. But then at that point, they will just push, right?
It's very true. Middle's looking to actually get this fight down first. Ooh. I was about to say a few misses from Vidil, but he lands 3 big shots to Vino's body as he tries to box up. Vidil's looking to just kind of stay away as I say that. It's just the vantage point up top and switches back over to the pistol. Vino on low HP now. This is an impossible situation.
Yeah, look. I don't think we'll be seeing 6 games in a row. I think that'd probably be a safe prediction at this point. The deal with Mr. Savage so far above on Surge, and you know, this is something I wanted to see from them, right? This is something that I was hoping they'd be able to improve on here in day 2. And right now, they are set up very, very nicely to make it to endgame with max materials, max Surge.
Going again? He's going for it again?
And they're gonna let him have it. They're moving away. He actually is gonna get him up. Wow.
Here's the big thing, right? They're still kind of near Naughty that has a few drops of those blades. They have to go north. They know on that Rift Island, they have Queasy's old loot, and they have the loot from the flag, and the island itself, a vault possibility as well. There's too many slurps up there for just one team. Queasy can get in here with a lot of mats that are left over up top, and the weapons, and the slurps. But Cammy's the one who knocks Queasy again as he spawns in. So lots of eyes over at Naughty and that reboot van. There still is one more on that Rift Island.
Yeah, Cammy did get the knock, but Queasy is back up. Vino was able to get the revive because look, you can see here, Cammy and Seti aren't actually on Naughty nets. They're just looking from afar. And so you see those arrows in the bottom right, just beneath the Naughty. Those are Queasy and Vino, and Seti and Cammy on the same side of the zone. Gonna be able to hold those guys from coming in.
This is a dangerous spot for the rest of the lobby. Seti and Cammy are gonna be able to get in like this. Rift below them, but they elect to just completely dodge it and keep moving up that right side. Pit stop for them right now, and Vino's about to run straight into the 2. But this is a different team that he has on his sights. It's Darky up top that he's done a lot of damage to. Straight into a rift, and he starts to fly. Queasy's still alive, and he's lagging a bit behind in the zone. Starting to tick pretty heavily. Vino's got 1 medkit, but he needs to land soon. Completely gone down.
Not happening. It was a nice streak while it was there. Never again, I don't think, will we see a team win 5 games in a row in EU. That is absolutely ridiculous. You have to just take your hat off, bow down to just the most dominant 5-game streak. Queasy now finally being taken out and confirmed by Darky. Tried to get a bit of revenge, but it isn't gonna happen. The first place team are finally down and out of the lobby. And that just leaves everybody else now to try and play the catch-up game.
Tyson and Mustache, the closest ones. It is a little bit of a 200-point difference. Having a very good endgame here. I say a little bit. But having a big endgame here, they could catch up with what, almost 100 points? 70 at least? Like, they have something phenomenal. 15 elims.
It's well within their capabilities,
exactly.
Right? Every single M game, we see their names involved in the action. This is tough, though, because iDrop is down. And so it's all up to Matt to try and make something happen of this game. Of course, we talked about how this is a team that is trying to hold on. That is their goal today, holding on. So a really difficult game to do so, right? He's having to use a lot of his mats just to stay in safe positions right now in this lobby.
Map is the target for every single person in this lobby right now. He is the embodiment of just top 5. Barely holding onto it, as Levin just said. 61 below, no one wants to give him any damage at all. Deox and Analyst next to him, you know how hard of a nut they are to crack. There's no way Max will be able to get that one for free. Mustache and Tasty just want to up their lead as much as possible. Yes, for them, maintaining and having a consistent FNCS is a goal. But now, possibility after seeing Queasy and Vino go down to catch up the first, maybe that puts enough of a fire under their feet to try to go and be in contention for that win once more.
Good shots Mustache is hitting. So clinical. When you need him the most, he usually steps up.
It is really needed right now. Just 70 above is not enough in terms of damage.
Yeah, he's gonna have to hit more. You can see using those flares just to try and get some more visibility, figure out where exactly people are. There will be opportunities to take shots, right? There's a lot of players who have to sort of rotate a decent amount just to get towards this 8th zone.
Tiger are going to be so different this game as well. Not the same that we've seen for the past 5 games. We'll see who has control. Hilly side here. Karmi's not going to be able to survive it. All to Vanyak. 60 above, he's also in trouble. Box to box with Swizzy. Karmi can be picked up in just a second if they don't elect to completely go for the box fight, but as soon as Jamal can come right through and we'll be able to maybe just pick up a slurp Vanyak and get out of the way.
Yeah, this is a team that has so much riding on their run. They at one point were sitting relatively comfortably in the top 5. Now just outside of that mark, really needed to push their way back in.
Ferdoxy Jerky up top with pulse rifles, trying to push everyone else out underneath them and rise towards that top 3, top 5.
We know that for these guys to make it through during the Surge week, it took them being coached by Queasy. And so we'll see if Jerky and Fred were able to pick something up off of him and use that here in this game, because they look like they want to play for height.
This is the redemption game, 26th place coming into this. When it comes to globals, this could be the difference maker for Jerky and for Doxy. We've seen Elam records broken with pulse rifles. You've seen big 40-place comebacks with it, and right now Jerky is active on height, doing as much damage as possible, making situations that much more dire for every team below. Everyone will have to move though. Sunny and Kemi side by side will have to be one of the first ones to start to get going.
Yeah, tough task on Seti's hands. Last game we watched Kami clutch through the end game. This time round it's Seti who has to do it. Mustache and Tayson need to find each other, and you'll see Mustache there just falling into the spots. Had to use an extra kinetic blade charge.
Tayson will be back up with Slurp. They're looking so low on damage. Everyone right now struggling to find any shots to hit. Matt by himself still looking pretty healthy, but the Mats, they're dwindling down. He's gonna focus on a few players below, but people already switching out of their boxes towards their next goal, their next objective. So many hills in tow, you will really be tested on materials here, especially if there's people focusing your box. 99 above for Matt, but up top, Jerky and for Doxy, absolutely unscathed, double connected as well. It's going to be so hard for them to get chopped down. Anchor going to be one of their targets. Malabuka moving in as Boaz is one to fall. He kind of sees exactly what's going on over at height, so Alexa just keep things down low to the ground with Thomas, who should be joining him very soon.
Yeah, when they do join forces, they are such a threat. A flare in the back of the zone, just showing and exposing all these weak players that he can capitalize on. Anybody with low HP is in real danger if these guys on the lurk.
Power from Matt still in the inventory, has that slip to play with, but now on his final 100 mats. He needs to hold on to this. He needs to stay inside the top 5. He can't go down to the likes of Mustache beside him or Firebro below. Girash is there too. Pixie Gripey also looking for some, but what a nice edit and decision. A big find for Matt. This is just huge.
Matt making it look like creative right now. He's comfortable, he's in flow, he's in his rhythm. Mustache trying to find that, just bouncing back on his own. The little bunny hop costs him. And Vanyak now, maybe, just maybe this will be a classic FNCS Vanyak clutch. We've seen them so many times, and what a time to do it. An opportunity to push their way into the Global Championship standings.
So many people losing their teammates, almost looking like just solos are alive towards the backside of this zone. Pulse rifles still shooting at every build down below. And they actually get chopped down. Ferdoxy looks to look up top and regain that height. Everyone now just stalling with blades. towards the sky. They finally fall, but Fordoxy has not kept tabs on one player who makes it so hard for him to stay up and alive. It's Vidil and Savage who are still sky high, and they hold on to their build.
This might just be their game. We've wanted to see Vidil and Savage do it in the past 9, and it hasn't quite happened. They tried to take height here, running low on materials though, and just being humbled for a second. Need to find a bit of cool, need to find a bit of calm, because there are still players in between them. It's Trulex right between them.
Vidil's not going to be able to find Mr. Savage just yet. He's only on 2 builds. Malibuka has a lot to work with, but he's actually been actively hunted down, pushed towards the ground. Thomas nowhere inside. It's up to him. Just make sure he can lock these points in. A big duo inside his box. He takes almost one out, but gets absolutely overwhelmed by Ping. Kyrie going down. What a shot from Ping back to Gripey.
Ping doesn't feel pressure. He's ready with the shotgun in hand. And even if Kiri isn't here, he's going to keep on moving. He's got materials to keep throwing. But there's players all around him. He has to be careful.
4 more duos to work through. Ping taking fire from the flares, being found out. Another player outside his box is Chulix, but he gets denied. It's Savage who finds it from the sky. Fordoxy now has an absolute powerhouse of a loadout, but nowhere to actually connect with it. Savage and Vidil locking away every player into the zone. Positioning perfect, movement perfect, and that game looks bright for the duo.
It feels like it's been a long time since I've been able to say it, but Mr. Savage is winning a game in the FNCS Grand Finals, and he has Vidil with him here as well. In a game where they finally looked good in terms of the mid-game. The Storm Surge was sky high. They were literally in the quadruple digits, and finally picking up a win from height as well.
That's a 4-man height retake that day one. Not even a roulette. That was pure strategy from the duo. Vidil picking up one of those pulse rifles towards the very end too. Huge shots from him. I mean, these guys, Brain and Braun, and they make it look so good when they win.
It has been a very impressive season so far from this duo. Mr. Savage fans all around the world ecstatic to see him on the rise and finally picking up a win in the biggest stage when the big team, Queasy and Vino, were down and out. These guys stepped up and finally picked up a win.
Huge catch-up. They're looking for that top 5. How close did they land, though? That's the big question. Adam, the analyst, they've got all the answers.
I like to think we do here. While Vino and Queasy are away, Vidil and Mr. Savage will play, getting the Victory Royale there and putting themselves on the board. It's fantastic to see them going all the way, and great points earned for that duo.
Yeah, really great points, really great performance, and really great height take from this duo there at the end. They took it at almost the perfect time.
Yeah, it looked for a moment as though Fordoxy and Jerky, I mean, they had what could be considered, you know, the god loadouts, essentially, looking like a creative build almost, but it was still fantastic work there from Vidil and Mr. Savage. You know what I think this really stems from? This was one of the first instances where this duo actually was well above the damage threshold.
Yeah.
We saw for a moment they were looking to push Veno when he was trying to get that revive off onto, or reboot, excuse me, onto Queasy, but 1,200 damage above threshold. They make it into the end game as a duo, and they win.
You know why? Look where the zone is. Right next door to Naughty Net. It's right on their back garden. They're loving it. This is exactly where they want to be. And hopefully for them, this is just a start. Because, of course, we haven't really seen what we've seen from them in the previous rounds of FNCS today or yesterday. So hopefully this will just be a catalyst for their performance.
Absolutely. This being game 9.
Yeah.
Game 9 as well. It's the fact that they need to really start getting some points on the board now. We know that these placements for Global Championship Day this year are so pivotal. And you need a victory royale at this is really going to galvanize them, isn't it?
Again, this is kind of on par with what we saw from them yesterday. It was really those final 3 matches that we saw Vidil, Mr. Savage really start to elevate themselves in the standings to find themselves sitting at the end of day 1 in 12th. And now, with the leaderboard getting a little bit more of a shakeup because of this duo taking a victory royale here.
Indeed. Let's see exactly how things stand on our leaderboard here. And you can see it right there for yourselves. It's looking good. They're in 10th right now. We've got 6 positions there and get themselves 18 eliminations. I mean, obviously getting there, that victory royale makes a big difference here, and things are really starting to shake up now.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference indeed. I mean, 10th place for this duo. They're just outside of that top 6 right now, which is the qualification spot for Global Championships. Of course, another team that had a really good performance and is performing very well today. We mentioned it at the beginning of the show, Gripey and Flixie, another solid team that are, where are they at the moment? 3rd place right now, 392 points. You have to think that they're almost on the verge of getting into those globals.
Exactly. They're not trying to chance it either, because I think right now, if you're sitting 6th, 7th, you're maybe playing a little bit with disaster in terms of not being able to qualify necessarily, because then you're banking on Mustache and Taysom, Malibuka, Thomas actually being able to push you up if they're in that top 5 position. But for Grippe and Flixit, what I can really appreciate about them is even when they're left in those solo clutch situations, you see it just a calm, cool collective there from Grippe. It didn't seem as though he was trying to do any unnecessary overtakings on wall-to-wall edits, but unfortunately met his fate against Ping.
Yeah, can we take a look as well at Mappy and iDrop there? Fifth position right now. Sat pretty with 34 eliminations. I mean, they have had a good grand finals thus far, and also kind of breaking into that top 5 or 6, which is great for them going into this next kind of phase of the competition.
No, it really is. I mean, Mappy is one of those players, or Maps, should I say, is one of those players that just knows how to play off spawn. Of course, I remember back in Chapter 3, he was actually landing at Coney Crossroads, and he was almost owning that location. Now, Anvil Square, I think he's starting to find that this is the place to be, and paired up with iDrop, they're performing very well right now, and this is hopefully something that they can continue.
Yeah, and it's definitely a tough position to be in as well, because we are seeing a lot of instances where duos are left in solo clutch circumstances. Yeah. And again, it's not an easy feat to accomplish by any means, but it's really just the utilization of shields at the last moment, the way that Mappy is choosing to actually traverse through some of those low ground layers instead of trying to take unnecessary challenges.
Indeed, yeah. And also as well, Queasy and Vina, we haven't seen them get a victory around that game, but Queasy still breaking records. Most reboots in a single game in EU this season. Yeah. He ties that record, so here we go. One thing we have to do for you guys is a great opportunity to speak to a player we know so much about as well. Frey joins us right now on the FNCS Grand Finals. It's so good to see you here. You are in a boot camp right now with players taking part in this competition. What is the vibe in the boot camp right now?
I mean, Flix is in 3rd place right now, so the vibe is amazing. We're just letting him concentrate, stay focused. We're hyping him up, and I really hope he can hold on to that 3rd place.
Well, always awesome having the team morale basically there to back him up, but being at a boot camp yourself right now, what do you think are some of the best aspects of actually being there?
You're surrounded by friends, you support each other, you grind together. If you see one guy not grinding, you can just hype him up, make him grind as well, and I think everybody does better and everybody just is extremely focused.
Absolutely, I love that. Now, back in November, I had the pleasure of interviewing you at the FNCS Invitational, and at that time, you were a backup player. What do you think it would mean for a player like yourself or the players competing today to end up competing in person in the Global Championships later this year?
It means everything. I mean, it's the biggest LAN we've had since World Cup. It just means everything. If you make it to if you qualify to Copenhagen, you just deserved it. You got your chance, and hopefully you do good in Copenhagen as well. But it's an amazing opportunity, and I think everybody is super hyped if they qualify.
You've also had a chance, obviously, Grand Finals is happening right now. We've had great Game 9. A few games left to go here. It's been an impressive, we've been kind of absolutely baffled by everything happening right now in EU in the region. What it's been like for you guys, watching, playing, and being there as well? What have you learned from the Grand Finals this time around?
I mean, it's amazing to see. Obviously, we have to talk about Queasy and Veno's performance. Getting 6 wins out of 9 games so far, it's incredible. I've watched all their games so far, and it's just, you can learn so much from them. Everybody that wants to become a pro should watch their games and take everything they can from what they do. It's amazing. Yeah, they've been absolutely unbelievable. Where can we find you on socials as well? It's pretty much FreyFN on everything. Yeah, that's it. Excellent. Well, listen, enjoy the rest of the boot camp. Thanks so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the finals as well. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks so much. Thanks, mate. What a dude. I love that.
Legend.
Great. I love how you had a chance to interview him as well. Invitational, comes full circle, and players right now must be absolutely gagging to be part of that global championship lineup as well, because we're only a few games away now, Taco, before we actually determine who is going to be going from Major 2. So it's an exciting time for them. Yeah, I mean, it's always fantastic, I think, getting such great insight as well. Frey just had a lot to say there. Yeah, certainly did. We've got lots to say as well, but we can't right now because we're hearing news that the Battle Bus has loaded up again. We only have a few games left to play, so let's dive straight on in and rejoin Levin and Shio for game number 10.
We have hit the double digits. The grand finals will be closing very soon, but there are still 3 more chances for players to solidify themselves in the leaderboards. And boy, if these first 3 games have shown anything, it means anybody is really in contention for this.
Anybody's in contention, anything is possible, and that's the glory of FNCS all across the world, and EU specifically. It's a runaway race, but at the same time, everyone is trying to hit that top 5. Another day, another game. Let's get right to it. We're gonna go all the way across the map. Naughty Nets, Brutal Bastion, Citadel, Hot Drops, the focus is on that top 5. Versaz Tayson looking good, Gripey Flixie up in the business as well. Queasy Vino obviously all the way in first place. The mess though, no matter who is in the top 5, stays inside Lonely Labs, stays near Brutal Bastion over and over again. So many teams fighting side by side. Gabex is usually being hunted down. He's the one to stop things all around. Map and iDrop once again contested over and over and still looks so good in these end games, so consistent day after day. That is a feat that should not be overlooked.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I'm very proud to see iDrop in this position earlier this season. Things weren't looking too great for him. I remember having a conversation. It was almost like we held like an intervention. A bunch of bros. We all had him in the corner like, yo, come on, man, you gotta get very straight. And now he's looking good here in the FNCS final. This isn't good for Janice and Reason. They've been taken out by Teeny and Misha and Teeny, celebrating a bit, and understandably so. When you pick up two titans like Janice and Reason, that's huge, especially if, you know, sort of the stakes for them, right? They're outside of the top 10, trying to push their way back in so that they can get top 5. Having to sit down and watch this game is really rough for those guys.
Especially this early. That's one of the dangers of having one of those 50-50 fast drop spots. Even if you're so consistent, messing that just one game up or being outplayed, detrimental. Tensi and Howley, definite contestation at Lonely Labs, but it's not as 50-50 immediately. They get to just play it out for a little bit. Make a few decisions. It's not just based off who gets one chest. Kuro Wheat, slow burn for them off spawn. Somehow Kuro still survives a lot of the time. A little bit later in the game, but I see iDrop and Bat making their game absolute torture over and over again. They are just being hunted down throughout both 2 days.
Yeah, and understandably, they want the damage, they want the surge, so they'll keep on chasing. You can see they have an idea of where they are. Once they get out of the range, it's almost like, step into this area within Ample Square, we will destroy. If you leave that radius, they're like, okay.
Everything is good. We're your friends.
Fine, yeah.
Gabex Tazian, I feel like they're just lost in the same labyrinth of fights and damage, game after game after game, and I expect to see Voxy here very soon and have to lobby to stay here for a long time. The north snow side of the map is in zone for now, and that means these fights will last so much longer. What does it mean for a team like this? Ultimately, for their position right now in Game 10, it's all about money. They want to be able to get off spawn and at least have maybe one good game out of the next 3 to get out of their echelon of just having a few $1,000s. They have a good game, that could be lots and lots of bucks in their pocket. Just want to move up the standings right now. Currently in 46th place overall for Gabex. And Shmeki for Altansi and Howley. They're a little bit higher at 42nd, same type of stakes. It's not just about winning this fight. I feel like that's where their journey stops. It's just getting Lonely Labs, but let's make those labs a little bit more friendly, a little bit more sparsely populated. And they get more points later in the game.
Yeah, I think all players on both sides understand how awkward of a situation it is, and I think both are sort of willing to push through that regardless, right? When I spoke to Shmeki, he said he knew it was going to be tough. He did everything he really thinks he could to prepare for it, but at the end of the day, there aren't many options in terms of what you can do outside of just outright just winning the fight and trying to survive.
Survival is the name of the game for Seti and Cammy on screen right now. In 4th place, but the issue is they haven't really moved too far up in points from game to game to game. Cammy with that one solo kept them within placement and a few eliminations, which is nice. But now they really want to hold on to that top 5. They want to go to that global later this year.
Yeah, I was really high on this team coming into finals, and I think they've shown why. One of the big problems that they had, though, is that some of their best performances I've seen this season came with OPM games, right?
Yeah.
And them both being able to rotate with those. Where that doesn't exist for them anymore, right? We're seeing sometimes in these end games, they're getting splintered, they're having to use a bit more than they'd maybe like to. And it's why I think in these last 2 games, we're seeing them sort of one player playing as a solo, the other one having to watch. It's just a bit more difficult for them to work with and trying to work around.
There's no watcher and then player in terms of this duo. It's always both players being active. Savage in the deal. Savage sliding away.
I wouldn't say so, you know?
Yeah?
I'm gonna say so. That was the biggest problem leading up to finals, right? Leading up to finals, there was a couple too many end games, right, where it's just one person having to clutch up solo. And I think when they're at their best, when they're both together, making it to the end game, the sky's the limit for this duo. Genuine. Savage has improved so much as an IGL. Vidil is Vidil. Like, you know what you get from Vidil when he's at his best, at least, and not using a flare gun on himself.
I knew he'd come back around. Pixie and Della, I feel like once again, this happened last season too, invisible in the way they play the game. Would have they been the whole day somehow. 132 points so far on day 2. And they're looking really good. Floki and Clement going to be their targets for now. Overall, 13th place. Everyone from like 9th down to 13th, similar in points, just about 30 separating them right now. And this game would be a really big boost, if played well, of aiming for that top 5 towards the end of the day. And Pixie will get ahead as he moves. Gripey is really building sky high. He's trying to shoot at the moon.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by this team.
Yeah?
These two have really impressed me. I think Flixie is definitely shown he's like a much better IGL than he probably gets credit for. We've clearly prepared really hard for this finals, and a lot of it's paying off. And if the vibes are high with these two, I think the sky's really the limit. I'd love to see these guys playing on stage at the Global Championships, right? That would be a huge step up for them in terms of their careers, but one that's certainly well deserved, especially with how they played Mega City this season.
I feel like one characteristic of this duo is they play that player 2 role very well. Every time we tune in with a main character, sometimes it's, and a lot of the times actually it's Flixie and Gripey who are taking the brunt of a lot of the damage. But they adapt, especially in endgames. We're focusing on Mustache, and he's trying to get onto Gripey's walls. Completely denied multiple times. They do a really good job at adapting, staying alive, and still getting points and dealing damage. Thomas HD, Malabuka. Although we've seen them hit crazy shots, we haven't seen the dominance of those day 1 wins here on day 2.
Yeah, it hasn't quite clicked the same. And I think when you look at their season so far, that's what it's kind of been. One day, when they get the chance to play, go status.
Yeah.
They're the bars, right? Day 2 though, another day, still hitting some heights, but not quite as high. And I think where they've not had the pulse rifles to play with, it's probably affected that as well. It's like one of those things where, like, you know, when you have the pulse rifles in hand, you're almost more confident because you know you have like the better weapon, and you almost play better as a result of that, right? And in the case of Thomas and Malabuka, it's like, it's just unfair, right? With how good those guys are.
I think like it was almost an invisible win condition for a lot of teams. No one was really looking at those Rift Islands as much as Thomas was when he was in the game, Malabuka as well. Irazumi and many other duos who were just focused on those islands. Today, if it's near you, if it's giving the sense that it's about to spawn, everyone is rushing for them. So that type of game is not readily available for the whole map. Even if one of the best teams wants to try to play at Quiz Divino, they tried it and they got smited down.
Yeah, look at Tayson. This is vintage Tayson, right? Any FNCS final you go back and look, you'll see Tayson rotating down a river. He loves it so much. Understandably, right? You can use these bridges to just cut through a lot of the map. And they're looking good, right? Material's looking strong for Tayson right now. They're just sort of forcing their way down as they head towards the south. And they're setting up again to be another game. It's very simple stuff, but the way they make it happen is just so clean. That's what makes them such a top duo.
Lucia Steno basing up over Vino. Trying to see Queasy's name somewhere. Should be alive somewhere close by. Yeah, he goes straight over the main building at Kenjutsu Crossing. Want to see exactly what's going down for a lot of these teams, including Lucia and Steno. So, Minnie, what you got for us?
Thank you, Shai. Now, Lucy and Steno, one of our teams that want to try and make it into those global championships, and the way that they're doing this is very, very good so far. Off spawn, they're able to land on those kinetic blades, which just gives them the flexibility to play very, very split when it comes to off spawn surge. Of course, we see Steno here boxing up on one of these buildings, getting all of that elevation, but because there's so many teams around him, he can't stay here for too long. Of course, then using that kinetic blade to rotate back over to Lucy, and then they can get together and make those dead side rotates that we're seeing them do right now. Really great stuff from this duo.
Yeah, the changes to their early surge is so important, right? Yesterday, it would be contested by Firebro and Arctic, right? So they had a bit more early surge dealt when they were winning their fight off spawn. This time around, those guys have dipped, so they have to adjust. They have to sort of re-strategize, figure out a new plan, and they're doing incredibly well, sitting inside the top 10, just outside of an opportunity to sort of get to global championships. And the things that Miniman are highlighted there, they are well on their way to moving towards that point.
Look like an upper echelon, top-tier team that's always in control of where they want to be, rather than succumbing to surge and forcing themselves to go for fights, which is what they were doing historically before. So, absolutely good upgrade. Map and iDrop, I mean, pulse rifles or not, they have really tempered their aggression, have chosen the best avenues when it comes to bases and movement from zone to zone. And both those players are looking so good here on day 2 to just hold on to that 5th place spot. It's iDrop and Map against Vanyak and Karmi. Trying to see who can qualify for those globals. Who was it? I need to know. Wheat!
What?
With the bullets that just don't miss.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but a trap set over.
Yeah, he loves this apparently.
He's gonna go straight for those walls and not even trying to predict exactly where Mr. Wheat's going. Flodax is just trying to get straight into that box, but you see Wheat's teammate going for a few of those beams. Rams moved again, and Wheat's trying to get out of this one. I was about to say he gets all the way away, but Q-Roll's up here now, and Q-Roll's also beamed.
Might just do the 1v2. With this shotgun in hand, the way he's sitting right now, if they let him get the revive off, that would be great. He obviously has the slurp that Kiro can pop. They're not going to let it happen. They're going to keep pressuring.
There's a third party that had a few shots over on Q-Roll, and everyone that was going to be locked out outside the zone by this Rift Island has a chance to actually get in. You can see these arrows moving in. The question is, will they come and be the third parties here, or will they elect to just move all the way across? So Rift is popped. You hear it in the air and split off through, focus on the island. Yeah, Misha teeny here, but rough landings for Misha as he gets bulleted down too. Some future calls have found their way onto this island, and now it's a party over here up top at the Rift.
This is what I expected Rift Island to look like for the majority of the time, right? Just absolute manic above. I expect to see 4 or 5 different teams landing up here fighting for it. And it hasn't quite panned out that way. But here in game 10, it's Tusum Putrick who take it, even with all the different eyes that were eagerly searching for it. And they're not just satisfied with the pulse rifles, they want to put them to good use. They picked off Misha and Teeny now, and they can start thinking about getting to the zone.
Those rifles just look so strong when pitted against any type of builds in comparison to any other weapons, and they're in the hands of a team whose counterparts have used them to set records here in EU. If they can do a fraction of what Thomas and Malabuka did yesterday with those pulse rifles, I mean, landing from the same spot, caliber, when they're at peak, sometimes similar. They've had some big games in the past, Putrick and Tus. They have the power here in this game. Meanwhile, Sunny and Cammy chilling in the fields. Red Squad Hellfire, a very different day 2. Another game where we see them in a little bit of trouble. Gamebricks all the way from the north side of the map is going to be able to come in, withstand a lot of the damage that's being dealt down. Force Shmeki to have that pinch angle, silently just assassinate Refsguarded. It's another one where him and Hellfire are not going to be able to see out the whole game. They were looking so good in those first 3 games of day 1, the way they were moving, the synergy both those players had together. And today, based off all the changes everyone else has made, looks like they were not able to just keep up with the pace, with the time. Meanwhile, Thomas HD, not looking too good in this one. He's gone down what looks like on rotation. Malabuka is going to be the one to try to get him alive, but usually he's looking really good to be able to get his dual mate back. A lot of the times it's Max Mats, really good loadout, but his ammo's low, his mats are low, no eliminations, barely any heals. This is a a big wall that Malabuka's back is kind of forced against. Very tough for him to get any reboot here in Mega City.
Yeah, and I think it sort of links back to the big wall they're having to face mentally, right? They came into this FNCS so confident. Their plan was derailed by being contested. Now things have changed for them here in day 2, but their fortunes haven't changed much in the standings. They're still not in the kind of position they'd want to be in. And these are the 2 most desperate players in the lobby to try and win an FNCS. 2 of the best players in EU history to not win one yet. And now, in box, Malabuka fighting for his season, fighting for his game. Picks up Cosmo. Isn't quite able to pick up the refresh immediately as the player is still on his back. I believe that's Jay in his face, and Jay gets the trade. And another game where Malabuka and Thomas aren't quite able to get it done.
Liking the confidence from Jay there. I think if this is Jay from day 1, he pushes Malabuka away and just goes for the res himself. Plays a little bit more defensively this time, chasing down the elimination, getting him out of the way first, then going for the res.
It's a savage in the deal. Gonna have to traverse over this water. They might choose to go over and around it through Mega City here. It looks like that's what they want to do. They don't want to put themselves isolated out on the sea like that. They're gonna have to use a lot of mats, and they don't actually have much mats to work with. You can see no wood at all. There's 300 in the brick and metal department.
Looking to split here. So many different teams here on the north side of Mega City. This beach not a vacation spot for now. They want to get to an even better spot just in terms of damage. Darky and Drayson hit some of the hardest shots we've seen today. Once again, wrap above, saving his teammate and beating out his opponent in one fell swoop. Huge from Darky there. Thousand damage almost above Surge for Mixon and Blotcha.
But things are going a bit quiet for this team. They started the day in 3rd place. Things were looking great. We were picking them up, hyping them up because they were playing so well. They have not kept that same standard from yesterday. They've slipped out the top 5 now, and they are trying to push to fight their way back in.
The thread's still connected though. I would say very, very thinly. I feel like if they lose out on this game in terms of even just keeping up with points, that thread snaps. And what's it connected to? The top 5, the global championships. They're in 7th overall right now. Blotcha's already lost a lot of his shield in this fight. One of the most hardest hitting box fight duos so far in the FNCS and EU, Diox and Alex. Not gonna make it easy for them.
Yeah, they have to start thinking about how they're going to get to zone. I think they can start to move a bit towards the south and probably be a bit freer as well. There'll be plenty of line of sight they can use just to sort of go unscathed. And in a situation where they may not be in the most fruitful positions when it comes to loot, that will definitely work well for them. On the other side of things, Beezy and Dino in a position that they're very familiar with here on one of the sides of the 7th zone. Look to pressure those teams all around them. Once the zone opens up, they're able to claim the space they like, claim the space they want.
Still targeting Firebro and Artist a little bit, but ultimately, yes, just waiting for the zone to clock in. It's like they have a bubble of fear around them too. Not a single person's boxed up near them at all. I'm liking how good Savage and Vidil look now before single digits above the threshold. They've done some work, but we're gonna have a lot more to do. Not only is there more damage to be done, there's so many players coming through now, so you have to pick the correct moment to edit through and get a shot off.
Yeah, and the setup for this game looking much more like what we saw yesterday. We did think that after the win last game, there'd be some sort of change, some sort of monumental shift in their momentum. But right now, slipping back into old habits, and I think right now, they're gonna desperately have to hit some sort of shot. I think Savage wants to try and hit someone gliding through the sky. It's gonna be so tough to do. They might need to rely on their shotguns here if there's any hope of saving this game. And there are some Frenchies lurking just to the left of them. iDrop struggling there to stay alive, but moves back out of the way. And their spray might just be in vain here.
That number not changing on the right side, 75 below still for Savage and Vidil. Big thing too, everyone who's on the same layer as them, not really elevated. They want to spend the mats. Savage there with the edits. is able to be absolutely synergistic with the deal, but now that synergy's put on a timer. How far will they last in this game? How many matches do they even have to play with here? Not even just damage, they need a full refresh for this one. They want to have any sense of control.
There needs to be a bigger sense of urgency. That's the problem. They were trying to look for opportunities to chop somebody out and drop somebody down, but it didn't quite happen. Fortunately for them, right? Surge stops ticking. The amount of players in the lobby is sufficient. They do have to start to think about that. So it can be a problem for them. iDrop, who we watched burn through all of his materials just a couple moments ago, currently now with 6 builds left, no teammate and no spare shields to work with. Just 15 HP, you can't even play around with the Storm too much. This is going to be a tough game for iDrop to make anything happening. And I say that, he picks up the deal along the way.
Needs to get the match, needs to get out. Right now for iDrop, he's still got a hand. He has a hand on the ticket to Copenhagen for the moment, but the issue is the pressure. It's on. If he goes down here, he's going to fall out of 5th, 6th place. He might go all the way to the top 10.
He gets an upgrade on the kinetic blade, now has 3 charges instead of the 2. Weaponry upgrade as well, and a couple materials just to keep him safe in the zone for now. And now time to use those bandages. They'll get him back up to a decent point, but he's still working with not much HP. And he can't afford to get sprayed right now. His next build is going to be in wood, and that will be a trigger alert to everybody looking at him that he is low and he is vulnerable.
Another game that we see for Noxy and Jerky base up near high ground. And the last time we saw them take height was absolutely abysmal for anyone next to them in terms of having saved mats, having a chance to breathe. Ping, Kyrie will be up there, looking to kind of absorb that pressure. Looks like so many teams are shambles in this one. No one really too dominant coming into this endgame.
Period. They're looking, they're waiting for that team to rotate. It didn't quite happen, so they start planning their rotation out themselves, opening up, looking towards the front of the zone where everybody's starting to blade their way on in. See a lot of players, so maybe blading a bit too early, just having to stop for a moment, take some time. iDrop doesn't really have much time, desperately trying to stay alive, but gets dunked on there and unfortunately snuffed out.
Jerky and Prodoxy now in the driver's seat. Have time to actually have something happen to them, but now it's just going to be Prodoxy who has to play. Will have a kinetic blade. Jerky not going to see the end of this one. Cammy and Seti will be able to absorb a lot of pressure down below. Mr. Savage, 400 below. This is just tough.
You saw the deal go down. Mr. Savage looking a lot worse in this situation. Just doesn't have the AP, doesn't have the match, has some courage, but courage is not enough in this situation.
Flixie and Gravy have to be happy. So many teams that are inside that top 5, that top 7, who are right hot on their tracks are falling one by one. This team was in the top 3, whose opponents have already gone down this game. Tayson and Mustache, they have a chance to just clinch on to that second to extend the lead that they have inside this top 5. Meanwhile, leaders of the region, absolute tyrants, Vino and Queasy, looking a little bit lost in the boxes. Vino there, bit of a blunder. All of the Queasy now, we're gonna have to see a different type of game from him. This is not gonna be an easy win. He can just sleep on high ground now. He has to actually get active here and land a few of these shots.
Yeah, split up on the blade rotate, and it cost him. You have to follow each other tightly, otherwise you can all go to shambles. Mixing and Blackshot in the storm now, dropping down to low, and they see Kiri. They know he's an opportunity, and they're just gonna keep forcing their way into his face.
No match, no chance, no health. They're gone. Flixie Gripey, another contender, falling right before them, and they look so healthy for the moment. Gripey taking a little bit of damage on the backside, and he finally goes down. Flixie now does have to do things as a solo. They only got 1 elimination while staying alive together. Now just hit that top 15. This is where the real placement starts to come in. The majority of the points, and it's also Flixie to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't really have much space to work with, just using the space he has. Now running around on builds that aren't his. Needs to be careful. Players in the backside of the zone. Connective 1, but the wall is there to block it off. He sees the players beneath him. He doesn't know which one to pick, but he hits the flying shot. It's Pablo Wingu he takes down, and those mats mean everything for him. Blocked from getting into zone, but just here, bounce back zone as well will benefit him so much.
Almost had a perfect lane, almost had the sun in his sights, but he's still trapped down. B-ball up top, clouds looming. It's pulse rifles. Flixie from the right side is going to be constricted, can't breathe, and he'll fall to Jay. Default and Kirby, they're going to be playing this through too, looking for more shots as men fall down. Default's not going to miss a single chance to do that damage. Getting crucial mats to keep his run alive. Seti and Cammy are still in this one and are just starting their reign.
Seti and Cammy, this might be their chance for redemption.
Oh
might
my
be
God.
their chance to finally pick up the victory royale that we didn't quite see them get. They got a couple second places, and now it's their time. But no, Cammy falls. Seti has to clutch up hard.
Two different angles of pressure coming in. He's blocking off the pulse rifles from up top, but how far that can actually last is the big question. He drops down, and Karmi's gonna stop him and distracts Karmi, who's trying to move up that top 5. Shimoki, Swizzy also seeing their first chance at this one. A huge endgame for him. 114 points on the day. They're moving up the standings. This top 5 is looking really close by the end of this game. Cosmo falling down. Shimoki with the blocks. I mean, he's making sense of an impossible situation, but he's not going to be able to see the light of day either. It's up to Toos, who's dropped down and making things more close and personal against Cosmo. He'll wrap up the game. And this one that they have pulse rifles, and this one when they have the power, they turn it into points. It's Toos and Putrick with a win.
They gave up some space at the racetrack, and the question was, would that benefit them? Would that stand to be any sort of significant change in their fortune? And finally getting a chance to win a game. The pulse rifles being a big help to that, but they took height and they held on to it incredibly well.
They use that formula, they use the Rift Island, they use the power they have to absolute efficiency. That's a beautiful win from Toos and Putrick.
Yeah, and I think many people might forget these guys have been here in EU in the biggest stages for years and years now. They know how to do it, and finally getting a chance to strut their stuff. And not in an easy game as well. We saw so many different duos alive very deep in that game. They had to just sort of roll through everybody. Not a double-digit elim game by any means, not something too flashy, but enough to get the job done.
They're gonna make it so scary for so many other teams on EU, and that's not celebration, that's relief, I feel like, from the face of Putrick. He's back in this one. A catch-up game for the boys. A very nice win in Game 10.
Understandably, right? The relief is relatable because after the back and forth we saw off Spawn yesterday, it didn't really feel like we get a chance to see them win a game like this. And so big props to them. Can they do more with this is the question.
That is the big question. So many other teams have that sense of relief on their face. It's a shake-up here in EU in Game 10. Adam, analyst, what do we got?
Well, we're all feeling the reverberations from the shake-up there as Toos and Putrick go on to win game number 10. A real switch-up there. High ground reigning supreme once again to Carter.
Yeah, I mean, we saw on day one, they were having a little bit of trouble contesting Thomas HD and Malibuka. Both duos weren't having the best of times, but you saw the relief, like Shayo said, once they got that victory royale.
Yeah, turns out if you don't just immediately 50-50 off rip, it makes the game a little bit easier to play out the duration of it. And Toos and Putrick, this was kind of what we were asking for, I think, at the top of the show, is for them to capitalize on their off-spawn situation. And this, I think, was a perfect example of what this duo is actually capable of. Putrick knows as well. If we have those overclock pulse rifles, we've got to make them work for us, and they did.
You can feel it coming out of the screen, the energy there as well. Just as we said, the relief of not only just winning one of the games here at Grand Finals, but of getting those much-needed points as well. With only 2 games left to play, there isn't much time to get these points. Let's take a look and see exactly how the standings look right now, as we only have 2 games left. And as per usual, Queasy and Vino are rocking the top spot with 676 points. However, you can see we're starting to really see some changes, only actually minor ones, between 2nd and 5th here, with a few places up and down here and there. And Cammy and Seti still remaining firmly in the race here. 3rd position to Carter. They're looking good.
They're looking great. I mean, they weren't 2nd going into the day, so they have dropped down to 3rd overall, but I wouldn't be mad with 3rd place, right? That's more than enough. It puts you in qualifying range for the Global Championship. Reminder, it is 5 spots available. And I actually saw Tayson and Merstash in that 2nd place spot, so they're going to actually add 1 spot on, so it will be top 6 so far. But looking at the highlights from Cammy and Seti, I mean, they speak consistency, and if they keep it up, hopefully they can maintain that top 5.
And it's definitely still feasible for them to try and overtake Merstash and Tayson yet again for that actual overall 2nd place position. 9-point disparity is not really anything that Merstash and Tayson can feel too comfortable with.
Yeah, what you need as well in this kind of part of the game, the tournament as well, you need to make sure that at least one of you can clutch up when necessary. And even though Cammy went down, Seti managed to go through, follow through, and get there to the end to get some points, which is really, really pivotal. Let's have a look at some more kind of teams that are coming through as well, who are managing to get themselves in a good position now on screen. We see 4th position right now. Gripey and Flixie as well. 27 eliminations, 434 points. They're looking like this could be global finalists right here.
Look, they're in qualifying range, but you have to maintain it, right? You have to be able to keep it up. Everybody is so close in that qualifying range for global champs, that top 5. Everybody wants it, but you have to show who wants it the most.
And again, we took a look at their actual rotation at the start of the show today, and it seems as though that's just holding true because so far, out of 10 matches played, 80% of them have been south pulling zones, which has made it very feasible for Grippy and Flixay to just continue that maneuver over to Kenjutsu Crossing, making sure that they both have those kinetic blades, and it's being super impactful for them in terms of making it into those final moments of the last zone.
Yeah, they really do here. One thing we should focus on as well is Storm Surge. Obviously, it plays a huge part in any tournament, particularly grand finals, where it's so imperative that you make sure you work it beautifully. And you can see Storm Surge here as well is being utilized by our teams in different ways. What can you tell us about the way it's being used today, in particular in grand finals day number 2, Takata?
Yeah, so here we can see Ping and Kyrie, who saw that there was a south zone again close to Mega City. So what they chose to do is take some shots on an elevated position, but towards the congested side of that zone. So you can see here, hitting your shots, but it's all about the position you put yourself into to open up those opportunities to get those tags, Taco.
Yeah, when you have elevation and being able to utilize those red eyes specifically, and like you mentioned, Takata, a lot of it was just keeping that focus on the teams that are trying to trickle in from the north side of the map. They knew, Ping and Kyrie, that it wasn't going to be very easy if they bottlenecked everybody essentially, because where they were based up on the outskirts of Mega City just made it so much more feasible, and X obviously being the indicator for where they actually chose to position themselves. So again, all these duos that are trying to make their way from Citadel, Anvil, Breakwater Bay, they're just essentially being trapped, forced into that congestion, forced into having to eat those surge tags essentially. So some nice builds and shields being forcibly expended by Ping, and also a quick little shout out for Ping because I believe he's tied right now with those 9 individual eliminations for most in a single game with Thomas.
Yeah, we saw that actually earlier on today, and it's great to see, you know, as we said, this lobby it doesn't get much more stacked than this. It's grand finals, the best 50 duos right now, Major 2 are competing, and to get, you know, 1 elimination is one thing. I'd be happy with 1, but 9 is incredible. We've got lots to play for. Obviously, this is the penultimate game now, not long to go. Kind of the final chance here for players to really make a stand and get those points, get themselves in contention at least for global finals places, Takata. This is exciting times, but it's also nerve-wracking times.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves in grand finals overall are always at an all-time high. So, you know, in these last matches, the players need to really show all the practice they've put in, the homework that they hopefully have done, and to be in qualifying range for that global championship.
Yeah.
Look, it's not about how you start. It's all about how you finish. 2 games left to go. Some of these teams can still make it happen.
Okay. Do you think a team from the 11th through 20th right now could break into one of those top 5 spots? Is it kind of a done deal? Do you think there's still an opportunity here? Yes or no, Takata? What do you think?
Anything's possible. We saw what Queasy and Vino have done from the high ground. Any team can make it happen. Even Thomas HD and Malabuka, they basically played 2 matches day 1 and they were top 10.
Hey, maybe if those duos are able to find overclocked pulse rifles and get some nice height gameplay in, you can make those 100-point matches happen.
Yeah, the pulse rifles are dangerous, but so is our lobby full of players all desperate to get some points on the board ahead of that final game coming very soon. But this is the penultimate game. We are going into game number 11. Brace yourselves. Chaos is imminent. Here we go.
Game number 11, and nothing's even closer to amazing than how things are going here in EU. That game, the catch-up one, makes everyone so much closer, makes these last 2 games that much more special, so you never know what happens with the top 5.
The points are finite. The points are finite. The margins are thin, but that's what you want out of a competition with the stakes so high. All these players trying to get to global championships. It means so much, but you have to get it done in these last 2.
This is pressure. More pressure than any of these players have faced even in the first game when they landed here in the grand finals, and I think this is about to be crazy. First place, locked down. The rest of the spots to globals, that's up for grabs.
I have my eyes on Vanyak and Kami. Right? Can you hold on? They've been such a staple of grand finals lobbies in EU over the past year, but they haven't quite had that standout performance, that standout result that has catapulted them into the tier 1 of EU Fortnite. This is a chance to do it, right? Solidifying a spot for globals would be a chance to do it. I look at iDrop and Map, right? Can they continue to win off spawn here at the Anvil Square and solidify a spot while being contested? How historic would that be? And already the fighting begins.
Want to make sure that you're in link with your duo. You want to make sure that the entire game, not just spawn, goes well. Legacy starting. Also the likes of Gripey and Flixie. Is this the start of something that lasts a long time? A legacy, a dynasty for the duo who looks so good over these 2 days.
Let me tell you something. Nobody's having a dynasty while Queasy and Vino are still around.
True. Sub-dynasty. My apologies. I must have forgot. No one else has, though. Kefi Berchawa trying to find their way back, clawing through the ranks on day number 2. This is another fight overall inside the snow zones. Near Bastion, near Lonely Labs. And Jay Cosmo, I'm liking this. Usually, like to find every fight and finish it as fast as possible. Now a little bit more tactical in terms of what they want to do next. It's get a little bit of loot, go on your path, try to see that whole game out. 148 points on the day, that's a big switch up.
Yeah, but part of that is because they sort of got back to something familiar with what they were playing throughout the qualifying weeks, right? I talked about it yesterday. Jay and Cosmo throughout the qualifiers always contested those spawn. That's when they were at their best. Today, it's happened where Pachawa, Kefi landing on them, it can allow them to play the game they're more used to playing, whereas yesterday, they were sort of having to try a new style, figure things out.
It's dope when there's a path laid out for you. Luce Steno off spawn looking so good, and the way that Luce is moving through these builds, he gets to have an even more active angle over and over again. Sometimes, though, you might bite off more than you can chew. Unfortunate for the duo is we hype them up, but they're not going to be able to see the end of this game.
And that's some payback for Artis and Fire, bro. They have been in pain since yesterday. They got contested by Lucian Steno. They weren't expecting to be contested, and they really came out of it on the bad side. But here, in game number 11, turning things on their head, and like you sort of alluded to, Shayo, that is very huge in terms of the implications. Lucian Steno are a team very well within the range of potentially getting one of those top 5 spots for the global championships. Having to watch here in the penultimate game puts so much more pressure on that Osborne battle come game 12.
That might be it for them. Might be it for any team that's kind of in the top 10 and falling here right now. I mean, we're seeing how well these top 10 teams are playing, staying alive game after game. You're correct, Levin. There's too much pressure almost in game 12 for anyone that falls down. The first to be Luce and Steno. Meanwhile, tasting their mustache a little bit over the upper echelon. Have a little bit of breathing room inside that top 5. It's about 30 points in total, but they're neck and neck with their competitors, Seti and Cammy, right beside them. Just a little bit of a difference overall. It's a 9-point game. The fact that Flixie and Gripey are here contesting some of the greats in terms of how well of a 2 days of FNCS they've played is huge. And their goal is to just strive higher, get away from the bottom side of that top 5. 434 points in total accumulated over the 2 days. Their sights are set on Seti and Cammy. They'll have to fight through Fastroki, Paradoxy, and so many more duels before they get to fight the Titans in the endgame.
Yeah, these guys, of all teams in the lobby, have really overcome expectations, right? If you had come to me and told me you had Gripey and Flixie in your top 4 in FNCS, I'd have called you a liar. I'd call you a liar, I would. But these guys have performed so well, and I think it just goes to show, like, that when you work hard, these guys are in every script lobby. They're playing non-stop, they're watching, they're reviewing, they're thinking about how to improve their play. And it really has showed in the way they've performed this weekend.
It's not just luck, it's not just having pulse rifles every game, it's not just getting every zone. These guys have had all-round improvements, and that's so much fun to see. When it comes to heart, though, when it comes to a team that's been trying their best and given the opportunity to fly sky high, Paradoxy, Jerky on your screen have had some of the most powerful positions with the best loot in the game, but at the same time have been head-to-head with Vino and Queasy over and over again. Anytime they have height, they have power, it's Vino overtaking them and stopping them in their tracks. They started the day over in the mid-20s. They've boosted themselves over towards top 15, but they need to make sure no one else gets in their way as they keep moving up throughout the day. Just 2 more games left. Savage and Vidil. I would say watching their game so far has been a coin flip. Sometimes absolute control, so good on Surge. They have position. They have a win under their belts. And the next game, Vidil trying to clutch out. Savage lost in the driver's seat. Which way will it go this game?
Yeah, they have to have, you know, that sort of game performance akin to the best games they had throughout some of the qualifying weeks. It was so impressive then, and they have to sort of find that form now. Asa and Slove, we know what to expect from these guys, where it's just non-stop fighting, non-stop aggression.
They've kind of been the protein of EU right now. We're watching them the most in some of these mid games, in some of the beefier sections of the game so far, and they've gotten out of so many crazy situations. They've made things absolutely relentless for a lot of teams around them. But I think towards the back half of these games, they've kind of faltered out, and people are kind of tracking how pressure is being put down by some of these aggressive duos. And once again, Slove is down, so we'll see Asa trying to get him back up. Vanya did not see that angle, but look at the fearlessness from him. A lot of the times, I would see even day one, Vanya would just box back up. Over here, he's ready to just clap back with a few more shots, and heals up, is ready to shoot some more.
No, definitely not. That guy is always trying to take, always trying to fight. That's what makes him so good. Cammy and Seti maybe aren't as aggressive in their nature, but they still find them tags, they still deal that damage. It's why they're always going to be high up in those sort of rankings, even if they aren't high up in their limbs they have in total. And this is why just rotating through this area is pretty strong, where you can sort of use these trees as line of sight, hop from bush to bush, take trades like this. If they have bush warrior, it's obviously very beneficial to sit in bushes.
If you're not having that chance to get grassy with it, Mixon and Blacha will be sky high. We saw them utilize this type of high base over and over again on that first day, checking other bases around them, really controlling the space and getting the most out of damage on day one. And day two, sometimes Surge hasn't gone their way, but this seems like another game where Zone's a little bit away from them. A lot of people are going to be going by super fast. They'll be able to land as many shots as possible.
We have a bit of a cash battle on our hands. Mr. Savage and Vidil. We saw them rushing over to this area, and it was because they wanted to be first to claim the cash, and they have that space. It won't be completely uncontested. Sinhead seems to be eager to try and steal it away from them, but they're alert and they'll be ready.
This fight can last a long while. Slappy probably going to be in for the next zone and a half. Hobbling on the prowl, gets Sky Dune, and unfortunately the curse of winning a game and not having the best one after the fact hits Putrid, because he goes down the Q roll. Out of all people who were bullied off spawn. They find eliminations, and Firebro, although successful in defending their off-spawn location, are going to run into Thomas HD and Malabuka, and they might not be used to having this big of a firepower in front of them. Box to box. Also looks like they're fighting over a cache. Thomas will finish out Firebro. It's just the artist now who I don't think is going to be able to last too long.
Yeah, and understandably, right? These guys have a lot to prove. They have a chip on their shoulder. Fights like this, they're so difficult to deal with. It'd be like fighting a brick wall at sometimes.
Artist lets it go all the way away. Mistakes for them. I mean, every point they get, the longer they last, that's just more money in their pocket. They're looking to get towards that top 20. Get out of this bottom 30, bottom 40 position that they're in. Vino's with him side by side. Queasy also alive. like celebrity appearances for them now. Checking in, seeing, we might win this game. I don't know. We're here though. Oh, Queasy's down, so maybe the deal just wasn't good enough for game 11.
I hope we get a victory lap for them. I hope they just win the next game, so like at least it's like we finish.
Win the FNCS.
Like, at least we get that from them.
That's what they're waiting for. Right now, probably just eating some food, having a good time.
When you build up that kind of lead, you get that kind of leeway, right?
Absolutely. No one even breaking 500 points yet. And as a reminder, Queasy Vino are at 676. Everyone's just about 10 points in tandem with the person in front or behind them. That drops off significantly after the top 5. Dixie and Gripey are in this upper echelon. 210 points here in day 2 overall. 434 in total. They're taking their time in Mega City. You can see the patience, the routine they put down. And it's routine in EU to watch a team jump up for Rift Island. Looks like Chari and Gearus are the ones who are the most close. Some people are looking to already jump up top, and Chari stopping them as Gearus goes sky high to get some of the god loot that's available.
What will they be able to do with it is the question, right? I think game to game, we've seen different teams play with the pulse rifles differently. Some teams maximizing its power, looking to soar to the skies, play for height. Beam teams below, some people just using it almost like they'd use any other weapon.
It's just patience for a lot of the other teams that don't have access to some of the best loot in terms of power in the game. I say that, but legendary loadout and slurps for steady. Cammy, I assume, is matching that. The only thing they're going to be looking for is just epic katanas or epic kinetic blades. Q-Roll looking strong with Wheat in tow. They've been looking to just speed up a little bit in some of these games. It's nice to see. Team that slowed down towards the backside of day 2. Reason, Janice, some uncharacteristic losses in a few box fights. They haven't been able to see the majority of some of these games, but they're back. They're gonna climb. They're gonna have a very big 2-game jump, but that means this one has to be at least a top 5, top 4 finish.
Yeah, they'd have to have 2 really strong games to close things out. I think the future for that team becomes very interesting, right? Because the standards they both hold for themselves, you know, a finish outside of like the top 15 potentially could lead to them splitting for next season, right? And looking to try and rejig the formula. And who they both play with becomes an interesting story in itself. They at least want to go out with a bang.
These guys didn't even show up today. I know it says quick stat. This is kind of just a quick flex, though. If Queasy and Vino slept them to this point, they just didn't show up. They wanted to watch the FNCS watch party instead. They'd still be second.
You know what's funny? They actually did ask me yesterday if they could like take a break like midway and cast one of the games with us. And I said, I don't think that'd be allowed, but it would be pretty funny.
I mean, what would Vino have to say about this one? 160 to the face of Jerky.
We're gonna see the 1v2 crack. Oh, the shields, and he actually just picks him up. A cheeky 1v2 on not just anybody in a lobby, on a team that is filled with firepower in Jerky and Fedoxy.
Vino's out here just doing side quests. This man's not even playing the FNCS. He's looking for fights.
And he's gonna get the reboot. This is why this guy is the best player in the world. Look at that, 160 to the dome. Jerky forced to sit down, and then just the tracking is perfection. As Fedoxy tries to skip away at the beach. Vino, man, a truly special player. The things he has done over the past year in Fortnite are absolutely unreal. And I think he himself personally wants to finish this year considered as the best British player ever. I think he's already there. Well on his way there.
Absolutely. More accolades all across the field. Not just Vino, Map and iDrop. They've been doing some stuff, so let's check up on them with Mini Miner.
Thank you, Shire. Now, I drop a map second on the day in terms of points. And how are they going to get into these global championships inside of that top 6 currently? They actually got themselves a combat cache going into this mid-game, getting really good Storm Surge tags. And how about 2 combat caches as well? They actually managed to get themselves another one, which hopefully will set them up for success going on later in the game.
I've seen the reverse for these guys. I like the insight. But every time they have to fight for their game, that's where I feel like iDrop and Map are at their best. A lot of the times when they have these high spots, and Vino and Queasy are alive, and the other teams are looking sky high, they have trouble just finding that execute, finding the finish. Mix and Blotch, I mean, this is not the same pattern we saw on day 1 or day 2 when it comes to how they were dealing with Surge. That high base at the start of the game hasn't found too much. Not too much at all, and now 186 below. This is not a time to hesitate. I think they're just looking for good timing here. That splash will give away that these guys are in a little bit of trouble. It's default and curb that they're going to be up against, and that's not an easy fight that goes by fast.
Yeah, these guys, Surge ticking away at them. They have to start coming up with a solution. Curb, he's just patiently waiting on that edit. He realizes that those two are in a world of hurt, but there is no urgency on their side. They're not pushing for the fight. They'd rather wait for Mixon and Blackshot to make a mistake of their own. You can see them again just aggressively pushing 289 below. That's such a big chunk of damage that they have to make up for.
Yes, the plan is just to wait for more people to come in, try to heal out this zone, and they have a keg. They have some splashes, but they're really running out soon. SMG and a shotgun in Mixon's inventory. I mean, it's not the best for the entire game, but it's the best thing they could do for this fight. They started fighting a little bit ago, maybe easily a bit more in their favor, but now affected in shields, affected in mental capacity too. They like to just go out, pick up Sorrow first. Dropping off the top road, does RC coming? No, double cone, and he escapes just momentarily. Mixon almost had it. It's full wood build, and it seems to be a solo. Mixon effective as he tries to get into the box. It's not gonna work. Lacha now is forced to just go through all his heals as lightning keeps striking. An absolute disaster for this team.
Yeah, this is just not what they needed. As much as he'll push his way into the box and try and fight till the end, this is a team who looked like they could have potentially gotten into the top 5 global championship spots, and it's quickly slipping away from them. This last game after this one is going to have to be their best performance if there's any hope of them reclaiming one of those spots.
How many teams have that tagline other than the 11, right? Like, there's so many that have gone down so far, so many that are just having the same routine in 17th, 18th, 19th place. If they don't level up in this game, if they look to be the same old, everyone's gonna have to have that one big game. It could just be a tower collapsing on itself as everyone tries too hard to go for a big win.
The difference is that a lot of their biggest competition for that is alive in this game. And so they are gonna start closing that gap, maybe even overtaking them. So they've just lost one opportunity, right, to solidify that. And that just adds extra pressure to them.
Vino setting records and setting the same rotations again and again. Sees Twy up top, and this man is so low. Vino could pick him up. I think Twy's gonna be desperate coming in the boxes too, probably low on Surge, but never mind, he'll play it away. They found such a good line to get in. Old build, perfect rotation. Probably end up blading past the team that's in circle as well. And I guarantee that zone moves even more further left, so they'll have even more room to work with on the south side.
These guys are allergic to white lining almost. You can see how they're just trying to head a bit more towards the south. Very intentional about where they're going as well, right? They want to have access to that side of the zone that's opened up in case zone continues to pull that way. We'll see right now where it pulls all the way back up to the north, but that's still fine.
Yeah.
They can just rotate down that side. There's a bit of a change in elevation that will mean that they're somewhat protected.
Trouble, big trouble. Flixie's down, and it's just gripey. This will affect how far they can really solidify their spot in the top 5 before the last game. Gripey doesn't have the mats. He's running out of the firepower. I mean, has the blade, but even in health, he's in trouble.
Right, he is the firepower in this duo though. So there is still hope in this game. If you can make the magic happen, sees Mappy falling beneath him and finds a massive shot and 2 players' bodies that he can just loot from now. An upgrade in weaponry, a bunch of slurps as well. And now something is actually possible from this one. An Omega refresh for him here.
That is the definition of it, a mega refresh indeed. 4 slurps. Golden out inventory, max match. The only thing he misses is that legendary red eye. But it's gonna be fine. Not the same situation for Tayson and Mustaches. They're almost down and out. A tough rotation for everyone in the lobby. It is pulled towards the majority of the players who are gonna be absolutely pinpoint in precision and aiming all their assault rifles, looking for any shots. And now all these duels are just forced into this ravine, locked down on low ground.
Yeah, and you can see Tayson was just very close by to Queasy. He's a solo now. Vino just got dropped out. And you can see just how congested it is here. All these players, like you said, stuck in that ravine. And it's pulling backwards, so they're all going to have to start coming back through the ravine. Queasy using the flare just to get an idea of where his competition is. And it's Vacant and Speed that are just there on the other side of those walls.
He sees that just 1 or 2 layers above him. There is a free lane, but getting up there is going to cost something he doesn't have. That's materials. He needs to find a mega refresh of his own, but once again, 690 points. They got room to work with. Meanwhile, on heights, undisturbed is Curb and default. As they're looking fine, double connected. Shouldn't really be shot out. Vino's not even here, so you don't have to worry too hard. But look at how much they're repurposing a lot of their builds to hold on to this high ground. Now it's time for them to just look back and spray.
Yeah, but this game is so stacked. Let's move and surge. They need to do damage. They can't just sit above height comfortably. Shit until the end. Fetty and Cammy, they can't be comfortable in this game at all. They get pushed out of the lobby.
It's Vadil that pushes them straight down and out towards the next game. He controls now some of the second height layers. Squeezy just gets absolutely sidewindered in that box. Rifey now, still alive. Has a lot to work with, but his metal's gone.
He's burned through a lot of the materials he got from the refresh, and that's going to be the end as well. So many of the top dogs there just falling one after the other. It's that domino effect, and maybe that's the perfect situation for Vadil and Mr. Savage, who we know need to have a big last couple games, and this is their moment, this is their time to do it.
They found a sense of calmness, the eye in the hurricane, a spot where no one else is really actively building or giving them any trouble. And then again, they pull towards the front side of zone, new territory that no one's claimed just yet. Tayson Mustache going to be slightly beside him. Default falls once again as he gets chopped out from the sky. Malibuka and Thomas also on the low ground. So a lot of these teams are just resetting by touching the earth. Artor going to go down as Vanyak is in a lot of trouble. Looking at fights from box to box. He gets 2 minutes to pop, and now it's all up to him to deal some big damage.
Yeah, he has to make something happen. You can see just blading into the zone. Just trying to claim a position on the front, down to bare wood. And he has to be careful. There's players all around him. Those players beneath him might be an opportunity for him. Trulitz and Cheeky just running away. There's a player here on this player as well. The shot doesn't connect. He's still going to look for it, though, because he knows he has to connect with a shotgun if there's any hope of staying alive in this game.
Every inch of new land taken over, every box that's open is solo trying to survive is taken out. If you do not move fast enough, if you're not at caliber, you are gone. And Tayson falls under the stress test as well. Malibuka not going to be able to heal this one out. Thomas HD has that slurp in tow, but does he have the time to actually pop it is the question. Pressured once again, you do not have a second to think
like
in this endgame.
Nobody has the time. It doesn't exist. It's being squeezed out from beneath their feet. And Mr. Savage and Vadil, they're trying to do another one. They need another victory out, and they're set up perfectly to do so.
We talked about them having a peak game. That's exactly what they need to have a chance at that top 5, a chance at globals, and that's exactly what they're going to be reaching for here. They're all not looking so good, but I see a knoll in the grass. I see a little bit of trouble here. That's Thomas HD that's moving in. Unorthodox rotation from the backside. He's popping that mist and rolling. Chabko on low. Looking to just weed out anyone that's coming in from the other side, but Ping has been active towards these back half of games. Zara also from the outside. Vacant sees him, hears that missed popping. He's gonna block it off, but he lands a big one onto his opponent in front of him. A big reversal, though, as he goes down.
And Thomas is looking for it. He's hearing players going down, and he wants a bit more of the action himself. They already have so many limbs in this game, but a couple more would go such a long way. Thomas now desperately looking. He's dropped his shotgun though. What? Needs to pick that back up because the fight is brewing. It's Vidil right above his box. Bacon's fallen beneath him. It's now up to Vidil to try and win this one out.
Time has run out for the rest of the lobby. Thomas looking to hold it out. Still another duo alive, not just these two. A drop in the box and possibly too much pressure to handle Vidil with the ramp edits. It's good enough and they get a second win.
Vidil versus Thomas in a 1v1 there, and he wins it out. And Mr. Savage and Vidil picking up a second victory royale. This is 2 wins now today. We talk about big comebacks from teams. These guys are putting on a very, very big comeback.
Elegance. Elegance is this duo's tagline for this one. It looked like they were playing a completely different game on a wavelength of just peace from their boxes. They had no qualms with anyone until the end, where Vidil drops down and causes havoc for the rest of the lobby.
And the impressive thing about this duo is that in the 2 games where a lot of the big name players, a lot of the players at the top of the leaderboards who haven't been able to step up in that game, they are the ones that come through playing those positions. They're looking like Queasy and Vino light right now when they're up on high, but they're making it happen. Game number 11, they win, and that's so huge in terms of pushing them in a position to qualify for the Global Championships.
One more step closer to Globals, one more step closer to that top 5. Where are they specifically, and what happened to everyone else that was tossed in that EU blender? Only Adam and the analysts know the answers.
Yeah, we are desperate to find out exactly how the standings look with only 1 game left to play here in Grand Finals. But Vidil and Mr. Savage get a second victory royale of the day, and that is going to do wonders for their total score here, Taco. What a duo, and great to see them getting those points on the board.
Yeah, this really could not have come at a more pivotal moment for this duo, because they knew 10th place, that's not enough. They need to try and escalate themselves into that 5th place or higher. Ideally, obviously in the top 5, but what's most impressive is that they really took full advantage of some dead side rotations after having built up enough damage threshold, because that's been, I think, one of the looming factors for this team, is that they've had so many issues of not being able to actually maintain staying above that damage threshold. But as a team on height, they played it perfect.
Look, you can see that they won it. From the dead side rotates, like you said, Taco, to playing the late game perfectly. Looked like Queasy and Vino. Levin said it himself, up on the high ground. The deal down below fragging. Savage prepared for the heal off if it needed to happen. But ultimately, securing that second victory royale that puts them just that much closer to qualifying range for the Global Championships.
It really does. It really does. I mean, you consider as well, we saw some of the eliminations there as well. Cami and Seti and Thomas HD. At this point of the competition, you have to go toe-to-toe with those top duos, and they're absolutely doing that. Let's take a closer look at the standings. Remember this as well, we are only 1 game away from our final total score. So this is how things currently stand here. We're going to take a look and see exactly. I can see, Taka, you're very keen to jump in. Which duo sticks out for you?
Well, it's mostly the fact that I'm noticing Mustache and Tayson, again, they're already qualified to Global, so you immediately jump down to 6. But who's in 6? Malabuka and Thomas, which means Vidil and Mr. Savage, if they're able to close it out, could potentially see themselves solidifying a top 5 and the qualification for Globals.
Look, right now, they are literally in qualifying range, but they're the cutoff. Mr. Savage and Vidil are the cutoff to qualify to Global Championships. Under them, iDrop and Mop. They're close, and it's still anybody's game.
It really is. I mean, we can see her as well. We saw them begin the day in second place here, but now Cami and Seti in 4th position, going down 1 place. Okay, with 1 game to go, 458 points. I mean, they're still in a really good position on the leaderboard, and again, managing to sustain as a duo and get themselves into that end game and make sure that they do whatever they can to get a global championship spot.
Look, this is a team that won it all at the FNCS Invitational. If they can't qualify here in Major 2, it's not going to be the greatest circumstance. This is a duo that has such high standards set for themselves after that invitational performance. You know they want to be in Globals. This is one of their best opportunities to solidify it.
They won it, and they almost have it. Cami and Seti are just this close, but another duo that wants it as well. Vanyak and Carmi in the 3rd place spot on the leaderboard, 462 points. They are in qualifying range, but with 1 more match to be played out, they have to maintain that spot on the leaderboard.
And it's going to be a close finish as well for Carmi and Vanya, because taking a look at the leaderboard points specifically, this team only at 462, Seti and Cammy 458, but they're all within a Victory Royale range of each other. If Vidil and Savage, for example, can collect another Victory Royale, or even iDrop and Mappy, it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, that's what makes it most exciting, for, I guess, for you guys watching at home, us here in the studio as well. The fact that, yes, Queasy and Vino have been unbelievable across the 11 games we've seen here, but those spots here for global champs are so imperative because we know that they are like the gold dust in this competition. You want to get one because you want to be there in Copenhagen later this year. And I think with one single game left to go here, it's looking mighty, mighty exciting here. Let's take a look as well at Gripey and Flixia as well in 5th position here as well. 20 eliminations, 452 points in total right now. Again, a team that has got into that top kind of like upper echelon of players. And again, they are massively in contention here.
Right. I mean, Gripey was forced to clutch it out as a solo here in the most recent match, but you know, when you need to make it happen the most, it's in these grand finals. It's in that last match of the day. So now all these duels we've looked at, all these storylines that are in qualifying range, it really just all comes down to this 12th match. Will Cammy and Seti, the invitational champs, be able to get a spot in the global championship? Will all these other duos that are in qualifying range hold their position? Or will a duo like Blotcha and Mixin, like iDrop Mop, like Steno and Lushi take one of those spots?
Like, as far as Group A and Flixia are concerned, though, I mean, after what we just witnessed from Group A, that patience is a virtue. He was just poised and ready to strike and took full advantage of iDrop and Map when they were trying to look for a revive in the middle of all the chaos taking place, and just beautiful execution as far as Group A is concerned. And those extra points, that God-tier refresh, like Levin said on the cast, really just came in clutch for him there.
Looking at the standings as well here, obviously we know that 8th through 10th right now doesn't qualify for global championships, but you can see there's only 24 points between iDrop and Map and Vidil and Mr. Savage. We've got such a close, tight-knit group of players right now. Do you think this leaderboard can shift with one game to go or not? Do you think it's going to remain as it stands right now?
No, 100%. The tables can't. We're on a rocky boat right now. We're drifting through the ocean, and one wave is all it takes to mix up this leaderboard.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we are all aboard the SS Grand Finals, and anything is possible, Taco.
Yeah, I think especially, though, with the way that things are shaping up, it is such a close finisher here for these teams that are trying to just figure out if they can maintain top 5 or squeak their way through.
Yeah, this is it. We've got such little time left. There's only one game left to play here. We know you guys are ready to rock and roll. We know that we are here in the studio. The players are as well. It is all about to come to a culmination. We're going to find out the conclusion of Grand Finals here on EU. It is time for the final game. It's time for Game 12.
Two days of competition in EU, some of the most unprecedented things we've seen, and we're here now, 11-2K, an unstoppable force, immovable object, and 50 of the best duos in the world.
I'm so excited, man. I'm so excited to wrap things up because so far today, we have just seen so many different names pushing themselves in and out of contention. One team's in one game, the next game they're out. They're in, they're out, they're in. Are you in? Are you out? You have to make your decision in this final game because the stakes are so high. The global championships are right around the corner.
There is no more after this for this major. This is the last chance for a bunch of these duos possibly, as you never know what happens between now and Major 3.
I honestly cannot wait, not just for the conclusion of today, but the implications after today, right? Because we know, players are desperate. Players are hungry to make it to the global championships. I would not be surprised as a lot of the players in this lobby decide, look, switching it up for the next major, playing with somebody else. I want to find something. I want to find my partner. I want to find the Vino to my queen. Yeah. Right, that's what they're going to be looking for.
Oh, but they're a dime a million, honestly. These guys, the way they play, what they've done today, 696 points. Usually leading the pack in first place. Now, every off-spawn fight becomes a little bit more tense. You can see it's not 50-50 for one chest. Map and iDrop back it up a little bit, choose not to challenge. I want to prolong this as much as possible.
Everybody in this last game, just a bit more cautious in their approach. Understanding that it's your last chance. Even if you aren't one of the players competing for the win, even if you aren't someone in contention for one of the top 5 global championship spots, there's money on the line.
Big money, big money.
Big money on the line. And if you've been grinding all season long, you ain't just gonna let yourself watch the money pass you by. You're gonna try your best to move up, even if it is just a tiny bit in the standings, to get that extra bit of Wonga. Tusen Putrick, who we saw win a game earlier today, here against their biggest rivals of the weekend.
Let's finish today as we started it at the very beginning of EU's FNCS. A fight on a racetrack where both duos move super fast. Malibu and Thomas HD, Tusen Putrick just want control, or maybe a little bit of nostalgia. That first day, every single game, they went head to head. Anytime they tried to escape a third party as well, picked them all up. But this one is tempered, a little bit more calculated. They want to leave a message here. It's not just about this FNCS, it's about the future, it's about globals.
Yeah, as it stands right now, with Mustache and Tayson being in second place, the slot has moved down to 6th in terms of who gets the spot for Global Championship. But because Malembuka and Thomas are 6th, it's moved down to 7th. Which means, as it currently stands, Vidil and Mr. Savage would qualify for Global Championships. The team on our screen here, Vanyek and Kami, would qualify. Gripey and Flixie, Seti, Kami, Queasy and Vino, those would be the 5 teams who qualify to the Global Championships. And what 5 teams that would be. But they have to make this game count, and for Gripey and Flixie, trouble in paradise here. Mega City has been a stronghold for them. And here in game number 12, Flixie, the leader, he's down.
I've got goosebumps, man. It can't end like this. They've had such well-structured game plans. So many good games in a combination of both days. I'm not sure if Gripey has that reboot just yet, but he does not have the firepower or the know-how to even take on a duo. And it's not endgame. He's not going to be able to just look at a box and get a mega refresh. So this is not the same situation that we've seen Gripey come back from this early before. Meanwhile, Mixon, Blotcha. I mean, these guys started off the competition strong when it comes to unexpected stories. Where do they come from? How are they maintaining 3rd overall on day 1, 4th overall on day 1? Those questions a little bit put down a bit day 2, not as good. They're right there, just on the outside of the top 7.
Yeah, people was asking me, what's day 2 about? Day 2 is about the players who can make the best adjustments in between day 1 and day 2. It's the players who, after day 1, hit the VOD review and figure out exactly how they're going to attack the second day. And for these guys, that second day has been the hurdle they've stumbled over. And hey, even if they aren't able to solidify that spot for globals, it will be a massive, massive learning lesson. I will guarantee that they will come through in Major 3 and make amends. But hope's not lost yet.
Not at all. This is a team that's got a new hope. A fire under their feet. When it comes to hurdles, they've leaped past them. Eye dropping map. They're one place away from Copenhagen. One place away from globals, and they're trying their best to stay in it.
And think about who they're going up against for that one place. iDrop and Map versus Mr. Savage and Vidil. iDrop and Mr. Savage were playing with each other the past 2 seasons, and it didn't go as planned. They were landing at the Anvil Square, they were getting contested, and quite frankly, they were losing a lot of the time. And both players right now battling for that spot. Who is gonna have the bragging rights over the other?
We know for Savage and Vidil, this tournament, these 2 days, have been glorious. 2 wins, at least, on day 2. I mean, these guys just look brand new. And when it comes to games where Queasy and Vino aren't in the mix, when it comes to games where some of these top teams aren't here to kind of have control of high ground, they're the 3rd ones up, the 4th ones up that just guaranteed win the game.
And it's good, right? It shows that they clearly have an understanding of how to execute those sort of plays, those sort of moments. I think after their high start to the season, I spoke to their coach, Bloodex. He said that there was an air of complacency that had just slipped into them just because of how good they were doing. And understandably, right, especially with how long it's been, I think, since we've been able to see Mr. Savage do so well. But now finally getting back to being humble, being hungry, which is what it's all about for that duo.
Ironically, that was one of the metas where you had to eat the most.
Right?
Now with that huge change, it's been a big step up to try to adjust to this type of gameplay. They should be good for this game, but they're going to be playing defense to stay inside the top 7. Gripey still in the same spot. I mean, you have to imagine the nerves, the tension in this one. You have to make the right call.
I think the key for Gripey this game is just keeping them up on surge where possible, hitting shots like that, and just trying to get Flixie up and staying alive as long as possible.
He's forced to be on this hill and this hill alone, though. Not another bush that he can really go by to. If he wants to move, it has to be silently, so the kinetic blade is not an option. And you see, every time he tries to go towards Mega City, maybe get a little bit more loot, farm up, get inside the buildings. There's too many high bases inside the town that actually stop them. Santa Lucia, we talked about them having 2 perfect games. One of them gone now. This one has to be a loud entrance. This one has to be perfect for them all the way towards the end if they want to elevate. And they're going to be in this box fight. They have to force so many fights, make up. A lot of the time they missed 2 Elan points, and they are right now. That goes up against Vidil. They're actually breaking in to top 7 directly at the mouth. Vidil down, Savage alone.
That is huge. It's going to leave Mr. Savage with a world of work to do. Mr. Savage doesn't have Vidil with him. How does he adapt? Where even is he right now?
Santa Lucia are really proactive right now. This is Queasy, I believe, who they're shooting at. Got the shield down. That'll attract the attention of Vino, who should be close by. Savage moved around. Looked for a little bit more, but I guess got separated ultimately. Vino. What? Hot knife, butter, steam. That's all that is. Absolutely yummy, that play. Oh my goodness.
It's just Vino things. It is just Vino things. Nothing he does now surprises me anymore. I just expect greatness. I expect excellence. And I talked about last game, them having that victory lap. Can this be a game where they just win things just to crown off their performance, stretch their record now even further, and pick up their 7th win?
This could be the time. I see why so many people are on this side, and possibly why Vidil was by himself and Savage wasn't around. There's a cache that 3 teams are fighting for. I mean, this is game 12. You want the best chance to win. That loot cache gives you shield, ammunition, mats, weapons, a lot of upgrades to use. Vidil maybe push forward to early based on it. Santa Lucia wanted it 100%, and obviously Queasy Vino, I mean, if you're anywhere near Kenjutsu and there's a cache, they will be there. And they've hit 700 points on EU.
It just looks ridiculous. It doesn't even look real. It looks like there's something wrong with the graphic. That's how unbelievable what they have accomplished today is. And even if the focus hasn't been on them the past couple games, even if they've gone a bit quiet, what they have done is absolutely ridiculous. It cannot be overstated how good they have been and how unlikely it is we'll ever see anyone do anything like this again. And if it's going to be anyone, it probably would be them. These guys are so good, so much better than everybody. What a team. What a weekend it's been.
The amount of times I've heard Queasy say, imagine if we just had zone over the past few FNCSs. This is the one where they actually had a chance to show what that means. Beautiful. Vanya and Carmi. They go down 3rd place overall. Vortex and Japko have to jump to it. There's no way you're letting any elimination or knock just be a slow roll. You want to pounce, use every advantage, and Vortex is doing just that. Shots within the air. Double connected blade away. He has to leave his teammate behind.
They get what they want out of this. That loot from the cache, capping off their metal there. They even have some spare metal there to work with.
I mean, that's good for Seti Kami. For Gripey, I kind of guess if he's able to get Flixie back into this game, but this is 3rd place overall in trouble. 462 points. Now, will it hold inside the top 7? Not sure, because a lot of these teams that are top 10, top 15 are looking really good in this game. They're actually being proactive, looking to see exactly what they can do next. Gripee's in the same bush. He's got 2 more walls.
This is so rough, right? So many of these teams that we are just tracking in this game just to see whether or not they get a spot to globals are just splintered. Solos, Mr. Savage, solo, Kami there, Gripey now. It is just such a difficult situation here in game 12, and it almost just makes it harder to predict who it's actually going to be. At any moment, one of these teams could fall. At any moment, it could be Vino knocking on their doors, and it's very unlikely they have an answer for it.
It's so funny to see like every other solo struggling, and Vino with his duo alive choosing to be a solo. It's just terrorizing every single box. The flip side of things, from Kenjutsu all the way to Nadi, they get their wood up over here, and they're able to move out. Another zone that they're very familiar with. Mega City, a little bit troublesome to actually navigate towards the end game. You run into a lot of just, you know, pre-existing structures that you have to mine through as a solo. It's a bit tougher to end up switching layers, so you want to make sure your duo is alive. The Sentinel and Lucia doing a good job at being on the same page. They need to find some ammunition somewhere. That's the goal. Japto kind of stopped in his tracks, and Sentinel's just eyeing out everyone here, and he's not going to miss. A few block shots, though. He has the means to get his shields back.
This has to be a perfect game for Lucian Steno. The opportunity is certainly there. Some of their biggest competition aren't looking as strong, aren't looking as powerful. It's a chance for them to get back into things.
Absolutely. We mentioned those solos. Where are they right now? How did they get there? Mini Miner has more context.
Now let's take a look at 2 or 3 teams that are trying to get into that top 7 for those global championships. Blatcher and Mixon, we saw them getting that revive off early on. They actually picked up a combat cache as well, so hopefully that'll bolster their loot going into it. And speaking of teams that need to go into it as well, of course, Gripey as a solo right now, trying to get as many tags as possible, as well as Mr. Savage, who is also a solo. The main focus for these solos right now, keeping above the Storm Surge threshold.
Yeah, this game's going to be a lot harder for Surge as well, just with how a lot of people are going to play it, trying to be safe. But as a solo, trying to stay above that threshold is so difficult, right? We see players with, 2 players in one team can barely stay above.
Yeah.
So in a game with this much pressure on you, to try and stay above the threshold as a solo, it is not easy. Mr. Savage doesn't really have things easy for him ever, but still manages to make things work. And some nice shots there connecting. That's what he needs. Needs to do it a couple more times as well.
Fireborn Artist had an idea of where he was, and we're aiming at his build. They saw that shield crack that Mr. Savage forced himself, so they pay a bit more attention to that left fight. He goes right. Good distraction. His counterpart, I drop up top with Map. They're looking good. 2 separate bases side by side. They're gonna pick apart anyone that's moving in for free. And yeah, you mentioned it's kind of tough for a lot of these teams to get the Surge as solos. I mean, it's even harder not only because of pressure, but every team's gonna be making a lot less mistakes in this final game. They're looking to make the safe play, looking to build up as they move around. Even for Map here, seeing multiple teams, he can barely find the tags he needs.
$500 above that threshold, a much more comfortable position than what some of his counterparts will be in. Thomas and Malabuka, we always know what threat they possess. And it looks like this game they decided, look, we're gonna go Mega City and claim the vault, something we saw them try to do at times in qualifiers. We didn't know whether or not it'd translate, whether they'd be able to do it and execute in the grand finals. But they have done it in game 12. And we'll see what that actually leads to. Teeny and Misha in the storm, just beneath that Rift Island, but they were the ones that were up on top of it, claiming those pulse rifles. But look at Mr. Savage down on Surge, the zone ticking away. You can see all those open edits. Players are going to be looking at him, and he's down to just tank the storm, just to try and get some damage, bait those teams into peeking, but they aren't taking the bait. He needs to start dealing damage, and fast, no. Mr. Savage falls. That's going to be the end of their run. And with how strong iDrop and Mappy are looking set up in this lobby, the chances of them holding on to their position in the Global Championship qualification spot is not looking good. Gripey and Flixie fall now as well. Oh dear, Gripey, Flixie were looking so strong, so tough throughout the day, Shayo. And just in this final game, the game that they couldn't allow it to slip, they have.
The day 2 duos filtered out on the 6th zone. The last game. And now it's all up to some of these other teams that Minnie was mentioning, that Levin, you were mentioning, to catch up. Sizable gap between Savage and iDrop and Mappy. It's about 20 to 30 points. Gripey down though, Vanyak down though, Seti and Cammy have a little bit of room to work with and elevate as well.
That's mad.
That's 3 teams. Three teams down.
Of the teams, 3 of the 5 teams that had a qualification spot secured coming into this game are currently down, and they have to watch and hope. You see the pain in Gripey's eyes. He knows how big this is. And they just have to hope that the likes of iDrop, Mappy, the likes of Blatcher and Mixon don't have these huge games that take their spaces.
Those are the realistic duos that can take over. Past that, the dreams, the miracles that might happen in this game. Steno and Lucia, Diox, Andalex, Chulex, Chico, and all the way far away, Reason and Janice. Now, these guys have those controlling games that we see out of Queasy and Vino that have so many eliminations from high ground, from split height, under so much control. If they have those record-breaking elimination games, they have a chance here to hit up top. There's 3 teams that kind of fell down. Who's on defense, though? It is Malibuka and Thomas, who's left on the bottom side of that top 7, of that top 8.
Lucian Senna may not know it, but this game could be the game that changes it all for their careers. This game could be the one that catapults them into the global stage, the biggest tournament they'll ever play in, potentially. But it just has to be a big game. It has to be. And right now, things aren't looking strong. Yes, their biggest competition is down, but they need to start thinking about how they can put themselves in power positions. It's not a case of just surviving the game. That's not enough.
Not even hitting top 5. I think this needs to be a win for any of these teams that are 60 to 70 points away, or just eliminations padding up for that win. And that starts here, this 7th zone. That starts with having 3 to 4 eliminations already in your pocket, max mats, something special in your inventory, or just a prime position to be able to have control. You cannot just pass by. That is absolutely true. Cammy and Seti, though, they're looking to just stay alive. They want to just keep their points updated.
And of all the teams in the lobby right now, outside of Queasy and Vino, you'd probably say they're some of the best at it. Tasting the mustache in that category as well. Not looking too good on Surge, though, just 43 above.
Jason will fix that very soon. So many teams not moving in. Lots of more space to take over towards the north side of this circle. 1 above, 7 below. It's just a matter of a few bullets. Malibuka and Thomas might be their target. They'll look over. Seno and Luce, trouble! And you can't run into even a hair of it. They're down. They're gone. The next miracle story, Diox and Andalex being seen on every box, might be the wave. Cammy taken out by Tayson. Just knocked them.
Just a knock. But I don't know if Seti will be able to pick him up. He's thinking about it. At the end of the day, though, they're split right now, so he has to even just try and get to him. And as he looks to try and get to him, he'll take a big chunk of damage. Doesn't even have any shields or anything to put himself back up. Cammy's dropped what he had, but they are down.
Cammy and Seti gone, but they were very sky high in terms of how many points they had. They were 4th place, 458. iDrop and Matthew are trying to attack them, 388 points.
And their saving grace is that Mustache and Tayson, Malibuka and Thomas are still alive in this one, right? Those 2 teams doing as well as they are means the slots keep falling.
And that means that those two teams with Queasy down have a better chance of controlling the game. Vino's not gonna have free height. Mixon's trying to take things into his own hands. Him and Blotcha, side by side with other teams, are looking to be aggressive as they move.
We talked about how these guys started to slow down in the second day. If there was ever a time to speed up, it would be now.
Acceleration's definitely needed. And they're already fast. This is the fastest I've seen them get into the next point of zone. They're faster than Pablo Wingo. How many times can we say that about any duo inside the scene in EU? It's iChop and Matt who are on high ground, though. I talked about Queasy being down. The classic sleeper with Vino being aggressive. That combination of wins that have gotten 6 out of the day is not going to be here. These guys can take it all the way home.
And if coming into the finals, you would have told me that iDrop would come out better of the split between him and Mr. Savage. With how this season had gone, I wouldn't have believed you. Things weren't looking too good. They were a team in the Surge week that had to try to qualify through that stage. And now they might just be on their way to the Global Championships.
One more test. They do have height, but they can't make a mistake. We've seen so many teams look for that chop down. This is game 12. Everyone will look for a win, and that starts on high ground. Vino will be on low, though. This is just a victory lap for him. He's looking for any chance to delay any other person's game and possibly even have a clutch of his own here towards the very end. Landed in a tree, a little bit of aggression from other teams, but he lands soft and is able to get his health back up.
Yeah, and this is just a chance for Vino to remind us of why he's so good. iDrop's fallen, though. It's at the hands of Kuro. So it's going to have to be a big clutch from Matt. iDrop has no chance to help his teammate. Matt's dropping down into boxes, needs to try to find space, but look at his material shield. Look at those shields. He has none. He doesn't have anything to replenish himself. Needs a refresher now.
Needs a miracle, needs a prayer. Matt with 2 hands together on the shotgun. Let's see what he can do next. Red Eye reloaded. One player is to pass by, and he needs that split-second shot to land straight to the head. 470 damage above. He can play with patience, but this is the clutch of Matt's career. Moving forward, kinetic blade in hand, one more charge, but his shields get knocked out. Wood layer below him, so he can easily penetrate that base, but he elects to go towards the zone. Matt looking for his next target, but does not choose this box. There's knocks inside, but he's not going to choose to dive. Matt looking lost, confused, dazed. Where can he be? What can he see? Nothing for now. Somehow still alive. The target has so much fire, but not getting hit. One with the world around him. He takes out Vino and gets that refresh.
Takes down the MVP of the tournament to keep his tournament alive, to keep his hopes of globals alive.
Still running through the middle of every single build. He's on the most dangerous layer. He can fall at any moment to 5 different duels below him. Just has the basics in his inventory, nothing else. Meanwhile, Thomas down below, securing that spot. But we have to see what's up with Matt. Is he the one able to make this clutch happen? Malabuka also controlling a lot of his bottom side. Matt will fall. Were his points enough is the question, as Asa gets removed as well. Tayson following through, moving in. Him and Mustache have their backs glued together.
A grudge match between Major One's first and second place teams on low ground. They're going to wipe out anybody else that's here. But you see Thomas and Malabuka down beneath them, waiting for Tayson and Mustache to drop.
That V's up against the wall. We've seen this so many times before. Thomas is lethal at these angles. They're waiting. They're pacing. It's up against Tayson now. And Malabuka elects to just stay with that zone. More pressure up top as Q-Roll finally falls. Malabuka still waiting. Bevy's picking up a few in the feed. Thomas is right beside him too. They pack so much damage in this little box and they take another one out.
Bevy's falls in the back of the zone. And that won't stop Thomas. They're going to keep going for more. It's Misha and Teeny. They're the ones that hold height in this final game. They're the ones that have had the time of their lives. Easy as can be. Kiro trying to cause manic, trying to cause chaos down below. And he's going to leave Flodax to do it alone. Teeny started to drop down, and Flodax has a response.
Anyone here is a difference in thousands of dollars for a lot of these teams. Flodax looking to make that money, but Malabuka says, that's my bag. No chance. And he keeps moving. 3 teams now left.
It's great taking them to the final game, but they are here, and you can see them. Their biggest rivals just beneath them right now. Teeny and Misha trying to force a fight between the two. They can't afford to stay low. They need to be able to go down or go up. They have to pick their spot.
Firepower of pulse rifles from the skies. The reputation, the fear emanating from down below. What will they choose? Thomas chooses the sky, and he does not land the second shot. Malabuka now healing up inside the zone, leaving Tayson to the last fight, but he also gets absolutely clapped down. Mustache now up against the wall, and Teeny has that med missile pop, has the angle, and gets the absolute huge siphon. Mustache against Malabuka.
former duos, former brothers, now trying to fend off each other. It's looking like earlier in the season, Heal of Royale, but right now Mustache doesn't have enough to outlast his former teammate. Malabuka with the splashes was just too much to handle, and another game where Malabuka and Thomas can show what they can do.
Perfection from this team when pressure is so high. That's what you can expect. And that was such a roller coaster of emotions for everyone that was involved.
With what has been a phenomenal 12 games, it's good to see some of our highest teams from Major 1 showing off and making it look like a repeat, right? We saw that battle so many times last Major, and we get to see it again here in Major 2, a reminder of why those two teams are so good.
Those two teams were in that top 5, meaning 2 more teams will be able to qualify on the overall leaderboard. There were the last 2 left, and they give us a reminder what FNCS is all about. It's consistency, it's power, it's greatness. They're always here to play.
Oh man, Malabuka and Thomas though. It doesn't matter which one of it is. Whichever one, you can guarantee they will pull off something crazy as a solo, and they wrap up the day so well. But like you were saying, Shayo, the biggest thing that everybody will be thinking about is who were the teams that were able to do it. iDrop had that crazy moment where he was going down. Mappy then had to clutch up. Was his points enough? Who actually are the 5 teams that are going to qualify for the Global Championship?
That is the big question. The only people that have that answer are Adam and the analyst. So what do we got?
We have ourselves an FNCS EU Grand Finals Duo Champions. It's official. It has happened. You guessed it. It's Queasy and Vino, your champions! Yes! Unbelievable to see. Absolutely deserved. They have been incredible all weekend long. So many victory royales, so many high ground takes, eliminations. Taco, well deserved all round.
Beautiful finesse from this duo. Everybody knew that they had it in them. To see them finally solidify their reign over EU here in Chapter 4 Season 2, it's fantastic. But also, they broke records, 2 of them. Veno just had to hit the hat trick. The individual eliminations record having finally been established by Veno with 38 in grand finals here. And guess who he beat? It was Cammy.
Look, records were broken. There used to be a saying that high ground 1 matches, low ground 1 tournaments. Where did that saying come from? Because Queasy and Vino, they dominated this Major 2 grand finals from the clouds. It was incredible.
It was the whole thing from start to finish was theirs. They felt like they were constantly in control. They always seemed like they had the strats every single day. They managed that high ground. Queasy sending Veno out to say, Veno, go do your thing. Go down there, get the eliminations, and just break records. And I mean, both of them together, they've previously won FNCSs. Now together, it's official and so well deserved. I mean, what separates them from the rest of the players out there, do you think, this weekend, this season?
Honestly, it's just a statement performance from Queasy and Veno. This is a team that has nonstop grinded, nonstop been extremely critical of their gameplay, working tirelessly alongside their coach BloodX, and you can see the fruits of their labor coming into full fruition here today with the closure.
Look, preparation, minimal mistakes, knowledge, mechanics, they have it all. They have everything. They made the least amount of mistakes in the lobby, and they dominated, annihilated their opponents. They did everything they had to take home that trophy.
Absolutely. And it would not be a Global Championships as well this year without Queasy and Veno in it, would it?
No, it definitely would not feel the same by any means. I mean, Queasy been feeling so confident after everything that they had amassed throughout these 2 days of competition. He even threw up the stream for the last game.
Literally, like, they're just having fun at this point. You know, last game, like, you know, we already took home the Axe of Champions. Might as well celebrate it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been absolutely incredible from start to finish. But let's go to the standings and see how things tallied up and who's going all the way. This is your results from our EU Grand Finals here at Major 2. And you can see Queasy and Veno. But look at the rest of the leaderboard here. Mustache and Tayson in second place means they were already qualified, so it goes down to the next players. And you can see here Malabuka and Thomas Creeping to already qualified. Where do we currently stand here, Taco? Who's going in the finals?
It's the heartbreak moment, though, for Vadil and Mr. Savage, because iDrop Mappy's clutch there at the end. That final refresh moment onto Veno gave him exactly the amount of juice he needed to finish out with a high enough finish to overtake in the leaderboard.
Look, although it might be a little bit of a heartbreaking moment for Mr. Savage and Vidil being one placement off global championships, there's also a bright side to the story. This is the first time Mr. Savage has been top 10 in an FNCS Grand Finals since Chapter 2, Season 8, and I know this is just going to be that much more motivation going into Major 3.
Absolutely great point to make there. 100% agree. And you can see as well the earnings as well. All of our players, accolades aside, the prize money as well. $910,000 we had it. $200,000 going to Queasy and Veno. But such an enormous amount of money for each of our duos in this top 10 here. Absolutely incredible stuff, Taco.
Yeah, and again, I think it can't be stated enough. Looking at Griffey and Flixie, we're following along with them pretty heavily, especially throughout day number 2 here. So to see them make their way into globals in a pretty convincing fashion. I mean, we saw the player cam moment when Griffey went down, when he was forced into that solo situation, isolated, alone, trying to make sure to keep his wits about him. And again, they played out well just because of what they'd been able to amount throughout.
Right, yeah, this is their best FNCS Grand Finals placement. I mean, top 6, $50,000. I mean, I'm not complaining with that.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. In fact, we should take this for a second, digest this, but let's head over to Levin and Shire and find out what you two have for us first. The rest of the regions around the world, what happened?
Thanks so much, Adam. I mean, FNCS all across the globe, absolutely amazing, including EU, the absolute Godzilla's coming out of Kenjutsu Crossing, winning it over. We'll see them over at that Globals at the end of the year. Asia, though, Levin, that was absolutely amazing to watch.
Albert, Jay, they were able to make it through. Impressive stuff. I think we've seen that Asia has so much talent, and I can't wait to watch these guys do their thing at the Global Championship. Yeah,
Oceania as well, Sunstog and on KTN. These guys look so good, so much fun to watch. I want to see how they actually rank up against the rest of the world, too.
Yeah, Suns and Anon, they've been doing their thing for quite a while now, and picking up that victory in the FNCS is big, but I think even bigger than that for them, a chance to get a trip to Copenhagen and do what they can. Middle East though, Cal, 7-man, these guys were able to win over there. I'm still waiting to see a Middle East team really rock the boat at an international competition, and I really hope it's these guys.
And you know, they got the passion, absolutely, and it's just so much fun to see FNCS across the globe. Lots more to break down though, so Adam, what else do we got?
We have something so unbelievably special. We've had some fantastic guests here across the course of our FNCS Grand Finals weekend, but right now we are delighted to be joined by one of our champions. The almighty Queasy joins us. Congratulations, Queasy, to you and Vino. It's been amazing. I mean, a cliche question, but how are you feeling? You are officially the FNCS champion this season. How do you feel?
I'm feeling good. I've wanted that pickaxe for a long time, so I'm super hyped to get it.
Yeah, and rightfully earned. But honestly, Queasy, I have a question, or actually several, that are a little bit more intended towards Veno. Maybe you can help answer them. But what type of shower head does he use? What blanket does he sleep with? How many pillows are on his bed? And what kind of food does he eat?
I've heard he doesn't eat much before the tournaments. About the shower, I don't know. I have to personally ask him, but yeah, I don't know. He's just the best player, I'm not gonna lie.
That's great. Now look, from the heartbreak to invitational to now taking home that Axe of Champions in Major 2, you have a position in the Global Championship. I want to know, what are the next steps in preparation to continue this power forwards?
I mean, we just moved forward. We new meta, new season, everything's new. I think with the addition of this season's coach, Bloodix, I mean, you can see what happens. I think it's just a dream team.
We've chatted a lot this weekend about records broken by yourself and Veno. It's been incredible to watch unfold. But the victory royales that kept coming one after the other after the other. For me as a player as well, in that situation, seeing that you're getting these victory royales, how do you feel in that moment? You know, how are you managing to always kind of retain composure and win every one of those? I think 5 in a row, which was so impressive.
I mean, we just do the same thing every game. Basically, we repeat the same thought process. We got it down to literally the best we could. We've played scrims all season. We worked so hard. I think I just don't know. We just played so good.
It was unbelievable. We loved every single second of this. Where can we find you online, social-wise as well?
QueasyFN on Twitter, Queasy on Twitch, and please follow BloodX, Veno, and GXR Elite.
Love to see it. It's a team effort, 100%. One more time, congratulations on FNCS Major 2 EU winner. Congratulations to Queasy and Veno. Love to see it. Congratulations, dude. Well done.
Thank you.
I couldn't say congratulations enough. Congratulations, because it's such a massive feat as well. It's
That performance
unbelievable.
deserves it.
Thank you. I thought so too. These are so far our confirmed global championship finalists coming in from Major 1 and Major 2. Such massive players have qualified into Carter, going all the way to global championships later this year.
Yeah, so many big names. It was only 2 duos in Major 1 and now 5 more duos joining them this major for Europe. Total of 7 duos and all the other big names throughout the regions, and still yet so many to come. It's exciting.
Yeah, you have to remember, it's an international competition when it comes to global championships. And after some of the representation that we saw at the FNCS Invitational back in November, looking at regions like Asia, for example, with Peppo and Zagu, they really impress. And I think that this is something that these other regions can definitely continue to bring forward.
Absolutely. We saw it at Invitational last year as well. Players relishing the opportunity to play against different players from different regions to really prove that they are the global champions. I mean, how much do you think they're going to enjoy the opportunity to compete against the very best from the entire planet?
Look, we got a taste of that at the FNCS Invitational, and knowing how hype it was, I can't even imagine the excitement at the Global Championship. There's some players like Thomas HD, being Danish himself, competing in Denmark. I mean, I know the crowd, the hype, it's going to be in another level.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I mean, do you know what? Mentioning Copenhagen and Denmark as well in front of the crowd, great news. Global Championships is coming. It's getting very close. Tickets are going to go on sale tomorrow, May 15th. Do not miss out. Here's a little something more. Tell you all about how you can get your ticket and make sure you are there and not missing any of it.
This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
There you have it. There you have it. Tickets are all on sale tomorrow. We have the entire teams come together here as well. Levin, Shia, Lily. You guys were casting all the action there. What was it like from your point of view? I mean, what a day two. It was just brilliant to watch.
I was so happy. Just keep storming the lobby, right? You almost have, like, when a team does so well on day 1, you almost think, are they really going to match that level on day 2? These guys just were on a roll. And for me, I think to myself, what took you so long? They've been one of the best players forever. Finally, they get the FNCS. It's like, oh my goodness, thankfully, they got it done.
Yeah, for me, so linked to some of these players in that last game, I might get some gray hairs when I go back and check after the broadcast. Stress for these teams, Savage, and I dropped just a story there, the flip around at the end. I mean, so close. It's always so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm super happy for Queasy and Venno. I mean, me and Adam actually at the airport after the FNCS Invitation, we saw Venno after coming second place, and he's a winner. He was quite visibly upset. He wasn't wanting to chat to us. He was very, very focused on making sure he doesn't get second place again. And today, he's only gone and proved it alongside Queasy that they are the best in Europe.
I think he just didn't want to chat to you, mate. I don't think it was about the win, but
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Invitational, yeah, I remember chatting to them backstage. Yeah. Obviously, that game 12, Cami and Seti, it was deflating, but look, here we are 6 months later, and everything's turned around. FNCS champions. I mean, Taco, this is a really exciting time because this year we're expecting big things to them moving forward as well with global championships around the corner.
But again, they've always had that championship mentality, and I think here today they really cemented themselves in EU history specifically as a power duo that's going to take quite some time for anybody to come close to some of the records they set.
Look, 2 majors are down. A lot of slots are getting taken up at the Global Championship, but there's still a few more to be taken, so I'm excited to see who's next.
I'm excited. We've had a good time, haven't we? We've had a great time.
Really?
Great time.
Always.
Great time. Always a great time.
Always with you, Adam.
Oh, thank you. You too. You too. Thank you guys so much for watching. We've really enjoyed this here in the studio. All the players, GG's all round, an amazing grand finals here on EU for Major 2 this season. Congratulations again to Queasy and Venno for being our champions. Make sure to tune in later on as well. You have NA coming your way with Zeke and the gang, bringing you the last 6 games from that region as well. But thanks so much for watching. Here's to Major 3 coming your way in the summer and Global Champs at the end of the year. Make sure not to miss any of it. We look forward to seeing you guys online. Until then, take care, and we'll see you on the Battle Bus. This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.